A young man in a white t-shirt and jeans was running quickly through a stone cave. The guy ran and looked around. Then he started shouting that he didn't understand what was going on and why he was the one. Several armed monsters were running after the young man. The guy held the girl's hand. They quickly ran down the narrow street. There were several people standing on the other side of the street. The girl was covered in sweat. She was trying to catch her breath. Then the guys found themselves at a dead end. The guys heard that someone was heading towards them. The next moment, a fist hits the guy in the face. The girl stood fearfully to the side, on the other side of the fence. A group of people started kicking the guy and calling him names. He covered himself with his hands and thought that he would not let her offend. Everything should be different. The girl was holding on to the fence net. Tears appeared in her eyes. The guy thought that it didn't matter anymore, as long as she could escape. One of the offenders with long hair continued to strike and call names to the guy who was lying on the ground. His eyes began to gradually close. White light began to appear in the pitch darkness, and voices began to be heard. They were looking for Yamada. Another voice was heard, greeting the heroes. The guy's eyes began to open gradually. He did not understand what was happening. A girl in an unusual outfit appeared in front of the guy. She held out her hand to him and said that he was summoned by magic. Her name is Mema. She serves the kingdom of Arbus. There were soldiers in armor and the king, who was sitting on the throne. Silence fell in the throne room. The girl continued to hold her hand in front of her. The guy who was beaten and his abusers appeared in front of the king. The room was huge. It consisted of 2 floors, and the place where the king was sitting was surrounded by columns. Mema thoughtfully leaned her hand against her face. A ring was on her middle finger. Then the girl said that exactly 4 were called. It turned out quite strangely. A dark-haired guy with a wounded face and a blonde girl looked in surprise in front of them and listened to the meme. She said that you 2 were called by mistake. She will explain everything to them now. The castle exploded. Its peaks began to fall to the bottom. Various monsters attacked people in armor. Mema said that many people died at the hands of different races, and now humanity is on the verge of extinction. The newly arrived people opened their mouths in surprise. Mema continued that the guys were called up to help people in this war. The bandits started shouting and expressing their displeasure. Mema bent down a little and said that everyone should calm down. There was a monster in front of the man, and there were numbers above his head. Mema said that in this world there are levels that provide their strength with a numerical value. Everyone has their own level. It is impossible to be stronger than this level. Characteristics appeared above one of the bandits. Mema said that as soon as the guys complete the task, they will be sent home immediately. The dark-haired guy stared in front of him in surprise. Then a meme approached the dark-haired guy with an abrasion on his face. She smiled and said that he did not look like a hero, but she could check his level. The guy with an abrasion on his face opened his mouth in surprise and looked at the smiling girl. Mem's eyes began to glow, and she began to activate the skill of determining the level. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, and a sight appeared above him. The king and the others looked ahead in surprise. They wanted to know the level of the dark-haired guy. The first level appeared above the guy. His name was Tetsuya Takahashi. Sweat trickled down Tetsuya's face, and he stared gloomily in front of him. Veins began to pop out on the king's face. Then he shouted that Tetsuya really had 1 level. He was really defective. Several armored men grabbed Tetsuya. He began to look around in fright. Sweat trickled down his face. The king began to shout that Tetsuya should be executed. He should be taken to the Valley of Death, since the weak are unworthy to live. The men in armor held Tetsuya and began to take him out of the room. The king held out his hand to the side and said that his order must be carried out immediately. Mima closed her eyes and stood silently. The blonde girl looked at Tetsuya in fright. The bandits who were hurting Tetsuya watched as he was led away from the hall and began to laugh loudly. The blonde girl wanted to help Tetsuya, but she was being held by the knights. Tetsuya thought that he had been brought here against his will. Someone had to save him. The sky was black, and the stars were shining on it. Tetsuya thought that he didn't want to die at all. The men in armor said they couldn't waste time on a man like Tetsuya. Then they threw Tetsuya off the cliff. He was falling down and screaming. Tetsuya fell down and screamed, sweat dripping down his face. He ended up on the ground. Tetsuya lay there and said that he was really still alive. Tetsuya stood up and began to look around. Then he got off an object and looked up. Tetsuya said that fortunately, he managed to fall on something soft. He really is in another world. As they said before, there is no way out of this place. Sweat trickled down Tetsuya's face. He looked around the neighborhood and said that how long he would have to be here. If he did not try to get out of here, then he would have to stay here to live. Tetsuya examined his hand and then began to move it in different directions. Tetsuya said that the magician said that there is a level limit. It is impossible to be strong with the first level. He urgently needs to figure out how to see his skills. After a while, Tetsuya said out loud that the status should be revealed. The next moment, a small frame appears in front of Tetsuya. Tetsuya began to rejoice that he had managed to reveal his status. Tetsuya scratched the back of his head and looked at the characteristics screen. The screen showed the name, age, Kaleidos of magical power, and so on. Tetsuya thought that with such characteristics, he was weak. Tetsuya decides to activate his ability. Tetsuya remembers the words of the magician's girlfriend that not one person does not have the initial skill. Tetsuya thought that in this case he was very lucky. Footsteps were heard not far from Tetsuya. The next moment, Tetsuya began to scream loudly. Tetsuya turns his head and looks into the depths of the cave. From there, several armed monsters are coming to meet him. Drops of sweat flowed down Tetsuya's wounded face. After a moment, Tetsuya rushed to run, screaming that he would not fight these monsters. They were really chasing him. The monsters raised their weapons and started running after Tetsuya as fast as they could. Tetsuya clenched his hands into fists and ran. While he thought that these monsters were pretty fast, no, he was too slow. Was it really because he was level 1? Several monsters were running on the ground. One of them ended up in the air. The monster reached for Tetsuya's leg. He said that he couldn't run any faster. In the next instant, 2 monsters grabbed Tetsuya and began to knock him to the ground. Tetsuya was terrified. He started screaming. Tetsuya ended up on the ground. One of the monsters was holding his stomach. Tetsuya tried to push him away with his hand. Tetsuya held the monster's head and said that the monster should get off him. Meanwhile, another monster started swinging a weapon at Tetsuya. Tetsuya gets hit on the head with a wooden stick and flies away from the blow to the side. Tetsuya was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and he began to groan in pain. The same armed monster again loomed over Tetsuya and began to swing with a scream. Several monsters hovered over Tetsuya and started hitting him with sticks. Tetsuya began to cover his head with his hands, which was attacked by monsters. At that time, Tetsuya thought that he was in pain. This time, he definitely would not live. Tears began to flow from Tetsuya's eyes. Tetsuya was covering his head with his hands, and there were abrasions on his arms. Tetsuya looked at the monsters as they stopped hitting him. The monsters looked at Tetsuya and started laughing. Tetsuya wondered why the monsters were laughing at him. Tetsuya began to crawl away. He found himself at the cliff edge. At the same time, Tetsuya mused out loud that he was injured, being the first level. His body is very weak. Tetsuya looked into the abyss and thought that this was the only chance to escape. Tetsuya fell headfirst into the abyss. He held his hands in front of him and shouted that he had to jump. Several monsters watched as Tetsuya fell. Some time later, the monsters moved away from the edge of the abyss, and Tetsuya continued to fall and scream loudly in fear. For a while, Tetsuya was in freefall. He kept screaming. Tetsuya looked in front of him in fright. He noticed something. Tetsuya ended up at the bottom. He fell into a dark and viscous liquid. Drops of liquid splashed in all directions. Tetsuya's arms were spread apart. Tetsuya's lower body and arms were covered in dark liquid. He started to get up and say that he was really alive. This liquid looks like dirt and it smells terrible. After thinking for a while, Tetsuya turns his head and a scream bursts out of his mouth. Tetsuya then falls on his back and starts screaming loudly in fright. In front of Tetsuya was a huge monster skull with large and sharp fangs. The monster's skull was huge. It had sharp fangs and horns. Tetsuya looked at the monster's skull and said that it was really a huge lizard. Tetsuya was sitting on the ground in a dark liquid. Tetsuya's face was scared. He nervously said that this dirt was a part of this monster's body. Was he really saved because of this? A plant vine appeared next to Tetsuya. Tetsuya raised his head up and saw one of the monsters sliding down the vine. Tetsuya got to his feet and said that the monsters were following him. There was no way out of here. He needed to figure out what to do next. Tetsuya turned to the huge skull of the monster. He remembered about his skill, absorbing the corpse. Tetsuya said that it was right. He should use his skill to stay alive. The monster ended up on the ground. Tetsuya held his hand out in front of him and began to think about how to use his ability correctly. The monster ran towards Tetsuya. An unknown voice said that Lee Tetsuya definitely wanted to capture this body. Tears flowed from Tetsuya's eyes, and the voice continued repeating the same phrase. Tetsuya did not know what to do. Then he fearfully agreed to the proposal of an unknown voice. In an instant, Tetsuya's hand began to absorb magic. Tetsuya's characteristics began to grow exponentially. Everything stopped, and the voice said that the capture of the Earth Dragon was successful. The huge skull of the monster disappeared. Tetsuya continued to hold his hand in front of him. Then Tetsuya looked at his hands and said that the skull had completely disappeared, and he felt something. Was it really his skill? The goblin monster appeared in the air, next to Tetsuya. Tetsuya noticed the approaching monster and started to turn around. After a moment, Tetsuya grabbed the monster's head with his hand. Sweat was running down Tetsuya's face, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Tetsuya held the monster's head tightly. The monster was shaking all over with fear. Tetsuya said that he has become many times stronger than he was before. After a while, Tetsuya stabbed the monster into the ground. Fragments of earth began to scatter in different directions. The monster was lying on the ground without moving. Tetsuya began to look around and began to talk about his unusual skill. Several goblins were on the edge of the cliff, talking and looking down. After a while, Tetsuya pushed off the ground and found himself next to the goblins. In a leap, he grabbed one of the goblins by the head. The remaining monsters were scared. Tetsuya landed on his feet not far from the remaining monsters. The monsters were talking fearfully and looking at Tetsuya. Tetsuya turned to the monster, holding a trapped goblin in his hand, blood dripping down his head. Tetsuya then held out his hand in front of him and activated his ability. A magic clot appeared in Tetsuya's hand, and the monster's body gradually began to disappear. Tetsuya's stats began to grow. The remaining monsters stood silently. Tetsuya looked in front of him and activated the ability level assessment. Characteristics appeared next to the goblins. The armed monster jumped to the side where Tetsuya was standing. Tetsuya stood still and talked about increasing his stats. An armed goblin overtook Tetsuya and struck at him. Tetsuya managed to put his hands above his head and the goblin's weapon shattered into small fragments. The monster looked at Tetsuya in fright. Tetsuya looked at the monster in response. A moment later, Tetsuya struck at the monster. Tetsuya punched his hand through the monster's head. Tetsuya looked at his hand with which he had struck. He was covered in blood and said that it all looked disgusting. Tetsuya then held out his hand in front of him, and magic symbols appeared in front of him. Tetsuya began to conjure, and a moment later, a meteorite crashed down on the remaining monsters. The goblins' weapons flew off to the side, and blood began to flow from the monsters' bodies. Tetsuya stood near the meteorite, scratching his head thoughtfully and saying that he could probably increase the size of the stone if he increased his skill, and absorbing bodies is a pretty useful skill. Tetsuya took the monster in his hands and began to conjure. Tetsuya looked at the hand with the dark funnel and said that it would be very difficult to become stronger without this skill. Being the owner of the first level, he can become stronger. Tetsuya's increased stats appeared next to him. Tetsuya looked at the hand in which a dark cloud of energy appeared. Then Tetsuya remembered the monster's skull and said that he was lucky to find and absorb the monster's body. In order to survive, he needed to become stronger and take revenge on those who treated him badly. Tetsuya was standing in the tunnel, and a light appeared in front of him. Tetsuya's eerie shadow began to fall on the ground. Skulls and a large white eye could be seen in the darkness. Tetsuya said it was time for revenge. Above the huge gorge, there was a sky without clouds. Tetsuyai's loud shout was heard. Tetsuyai was running through the gorge, and something was chasing him. Sweat was running down Tetsuya's face, and he thought his grade level had increased. But that's not fair. Tetsuya ran as fast as he could. and shouted that he didn't know how strong this monster was, and he didn't want to know how old he was. An angry monster was running after Tetsuya. Characteristics appeared next to him. It was a boar. He was 5 years old. A dark-haired girl with cat ears was sitting on Tetsuya's back. The girl was smiling sweetly. Her face was slightly red. Next to the guys was a table with Tetsuya's changed characteristics and abilities. The boar began to growl loudly. There was a horn in the boar's muzzle. The horn began to glow, and Tetsuya's body was electrocuted. Tetsuya stopped. He lowered his head to the bottom. His body was shaking from the impact. Tetsuya said his body was numb, and he couldn't move. The monster's horn stopped flashing with lightning. The monster was glaring viciously at Tetsuya. Tetsuya said that this is really a monster's ability. It seems that he will die soon. The monster began to quickly rush towards where Tetsuya was standing. At full speed, the monster crashed into Tetsuya's back. Tetsuya stood in place, his arms and legs spread apart. The impact caused dust to rise in the air and blood to spray in all directions. After a while, Tetsuya frowned. His face was all stained with the monster's blood. Tetsuya looked back and saw that the monster was lying on the ground and not moving. A moment later, a monster's horn falls on Tetsuya's head, and Tetsuya opens his mouth in surprise. Tetsuya looked at the monster. Then he walked over to the body and put his hand on it. Tetsuya squatted and conjured. The monster's body gradually disappeared, and Tetsuya's stats increased. Tetsuya said that he couldn't find a way out of this place. Tetsuya found himself at a small pond inside the cave. Tetsuya dipped his hands into the water and began to wash his face. Tetsuya thought that the assessment skill was still not very useful. Water was running down Tetsuya's face. He looked at his reflection in surprise and said that under such conditions, he would fail and eventually die. Tetsuya recalled working and playing on the computer and thought that in the old world, he worked for a black company. Because of his addiction to games, he failed to enroll in the college of his choice, so he could not find a good job. Tetsuya remembered how bandits were standing in front of him and thought that he was tired of doing the same job every day. But one day, he ran into bandits, and because of them, he got into this world. Tetsuya looked at his hands and plaintively said that the most terrible thing now in this new world is to have a level 1 limit. Tetsuya stood at the edge of the pond and said that he could not die in this place. He had to be more careful. A cat appeared behind Tetsuya, and he noticed it. Tetsuya looked at the cat and said that there was definitely nothing wrong with this cat. It looked weak. The cat was lying on the ground. Then she began to pull her paws towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya grabbed his head and said that he had to be careful what he did next. Maybe the cat wanted to say that he needed to look up. Someone appeared on the ceiling. Tetsuya raised his head and saw a huge spider on the ceiling of the cave. Characteristics appeared next to the spider. It was an absorbing spider of the first year. The monster has a special thread. Tetsuya was examining the monster spider's face. The next moment, the monster releases a spider web towards where Tetsuya was standing. Tetsuya manages to put his hands in front of him and protect his head from the attack. Tetsuya screamed from the unexpected attack. Tetsuya started to lower his arms. He looked at the spider web on his arm in fright. Tetsuya didn't understand what was going on. He tried to free his hand from the cobwebs. Tetsuya gritted his teeth and tried to exert more strength and free himself. Tetsuya's body began to shake with fear, and drops of sweat flowed down his face. Tetsuya held onto Putin and shouted that he couldn't get free in any way. The next moment, Tetsuya felt something wrong. Tetsuya collapsed to the ground. Veins began to swell on his arm. Tetsuya thought in fright that he was really losing his strength. His status began to be removed. Tetsuya looked at his stats. They began to decline rapidly. Tetsuya was sitting on the ground. Veins continued to swell on his arm. Tetsuya gritted his teeth and looked in front of him. Then he said that the monster really has the power of desiccation. Tetsuya couldn't tear the web away from his hand. Tetsuya got to his feet. Then he looked at the black cat and said that probably this cat was also attacked by this spider. The spider continued to sit on the ceiling of the cave and did not let go of Tetsuya. Tetsuya looked at the monster. Then he put his hand above himself and began to conjure. Tetsuya said that the monster is far away. but he needs to defeat it with a meteor. After a moment, nothing happened. Tetsuya was shocked by what was happening. A magic sign appeared in the place where the spider was sitting, but nothing happened. Tetsuya said that the ceiling is too low to use the meteorite. Then Tetsuya remembered how he was attacked by a boar with lightning, and an idea struck him. Tetsuya was covered in sweat. He shouted that he needed to use that skill, and then he would be able to defeat the spider. Tetsuya left his hand to the side, then pointed at the spider and struck with lightning. The spider began to fall on the ground. The spider started jumping in different directions, and Tetsuya continued to strike the monster with lightning. Tetsuya was covered in drops of sweat. Tetsuya stood on the ground and struck at the monster. Tetsuya said that the spider was really fast. The web continued to connect Tetsuya and the spider. Tetsuya's face was covered in sweat, and his stats continued to decrease. Tetsuya looked wearily in front of him and said that he needed to come up with something, and that his mana was disappearing from useless attacks. Tetsuya's strength was running out. He looked to the side and thought that maybe this thread conducts electricity. If so, before he runs out of mana, he should try something else. Tetsuya lowered his hand to the bottom and began to conjure. He said it should save him. Then Tetsuya clenched his hand into a fist and clenched his teeth. Then he activated the ability, and a current discharge went through the web. The current discharge hit the spider exactly. The spider collapsed to the bottom. Tetsuya freed himself from the web. Then he abruptly started running towards the spider. He was lying on his back. The spider felt Tetsuya running towards him and turned over. Tetsuya jumped up and was right above the spider. The spider looked at Tetsuya, who was hovering in the air, in fright. The next moment, Tetsuya landed with his feet right on the spider. Tetsuya stomped on the spider and started saying that the spider should die. It seems that the spider should die. It seems that the spider's status was low, but it was very fast. The spider's blood got on Tetsuya's leg. Tetsuya frowned. He looked at the crushed spider. Then Tetsuya activated his ability and began to absorb the remains of the monster. Tetsuya remembered about the cat and held out his hand to him. Tetsuya thanked the cat for the warning about the danger. Tetsuya picked up the black cat and said that the cat looked weak. He needed to figure out what to do next. Maybe the cat wanted to drink a little. Tetsuya then dipped his hand into a nearby pond. Tetsuya took a small amount of water in his hand and gave the cat a drink. The cat slowly began lapping up the water. Tetsuya stroked the cat's head and said that he hoped the cat would feel better soon. Tetsuya was sitting by the shore of a small pond. Tetsuya closed his eyes and said that the cat had such soft fur, it was nice to stroke it. Then the cat's tail expanded and began to touch Tetsuya's face. Tetsuya looked down in fright. There was no cat in front of him, and the tail increased even more. Tetsuya opened his mouth in surprise and shouted in fright. Instead of the cat, Tetsuya had a dark-haired girl in his arms. She was drinking water from Tetsuya's palm. The girl had big cat ears on her head, and she also had a long tail. The unknown girl held Tetsuya's palm in her hands and continued to lick it. Water was running down Tetsuya's arm, and he continued to make sounds in fright. Tetsuya pulled his hand out of the girl's embrace and shouted that she had to stop and he did not understand her actions. The girl stuck out her tongue and said that Tetsuya should give her more water. Tetsuya looked at the girl in fright but did not understand his fright. The girl raised her hands and looked at them. Her face turned red, and with a smile, the girl began to say that she had returned to her form. A dark ribbon was tied around the girl's neck. The girl took Tetsuya's hand. Then she closed her eyes and said that she was grateful for his help. Sweat was running down Tetsuya's face. He looked at the girl in fright and began to say that she should stop. The girl let go of Tetsuya's hand and began to say with a smile that her name was Lineia, and she was grateful to Tetsuya for his help. A table with characteristics appeared next to the girl. She was 15 years old. She belonged to the representatives of the Beastmen. Tetsuya closed his eyes and thought nervously that the girl's name was Lineia, and this cat was a beast. An unusual atmosphere rose around Tetsuya. Lineia asked Tetsuya for his name. Tetsuya began to smile nervously and say that she could call him Tetsuya Takahashi. The girl raised her hands up and started waving them. Then she said with a smile that she was glad to meet Tetsuya. Tetsuya thought that the girl was fine, although she had looked quite weak before. Lineia pointed to the side with her finger and shouted that Tetsuya was amazing, even managed to defeat the spider. Tetsuya stood behind the girl and nervously scratched his face. Lineia looked in front of her in surprise and said that Tetsuya should tell her what he was doing in this dangerous place. Tetsuya scratched his head thoughtfully and began to reply that he had many reasons, but did Lineia know how to get out of this place? Lineia stood on one leg in front of Tetsuya. There were stone icicles around the guys. After thinking a little, Lineia said that Tetsuya really didn't know how to get out of here. She didn't remember how she got here. She realized that she just ended up in a hollow. After thinking for a while, Lineia continued to say that with Tetsuya's permission, she could help him. Tetsuya scratched his head thoughtfully and thought that how could a girl just end up in such a place? Lineia raised her hand and said with a smile that maybe Tetsuya still wanted to ask her something. She was ready to answer any question, since Tetsuya was her savior. Tetsuya opened his eyes wide, and they began to shine with interest. Tetsuya broke the silence and said that he had one question he would like to ask Lineia. Lineia started moving her ears. She pointed at her ears with her hands and said that beastmen have ears and they are very cute. Tetsuya pointed to his ear and said that he meant something else. A person has such ears. Maybe beastmen have them. Realizing the question, Lineia hovered with a strange expression on her face. Then she put her hands to her reddened face and let out a silent scream. Lineia continued to keep her hands on her red face. She turned away from Tetsuya and screamed that she really heard this from Tetsuya. Tetsuya is very strange. Upon hearing Lineia's words, Tetsuya suddenly frowned and was surprised. Sweat flowed down his face. Tetsuya pulled his hand to the side where Lineia was sitting and said that maybe this question was considered bad. Lineia sat down on the floor. She held her hands to her red face and started shouting that it was a secret. He shouldn't ask her about it. Tetsuya abruptly joined his hands together and began to say that he really did not know. He was asking Lineia for forgiveness. The girl was sitting on the ground and covering her head with her hands. Her face was still very red. Lineia's body shuddered. She continued to cover her face with her hands. The girl looked at Tetsuya and said that he was definitely telling the truth. Tears appeared in Lineia's eyes. The girl got to her feet and said that she was sorry for the scream. She was still grateful to Tetsuya for saving her. Tetsuya said she shouldn't worry so much. Lineia rubbed her chin thoughtfully and took Tetsuya's hands. Lineia took Tetsuya's hand and pulled him along. Lineia's face turned red, and she said that they were heading to her house. She wanted to introduce Tetsuya to her teacher. Tetsuya and Lineia walked hand in hand through the cave. Tetsuya asked about Lineia's teacher. The girl replied that her teacher was a great man. Lineia's words surprised Tetsuya a little. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, one stone stood against the wall. It was different from the other stones. Someone's voice was heard behind the wall. He said that how can he calm down when he does not know where Lineia is? Because it is very dangerous at night. A black silhouette with sharp fangs appeared in the bright light. An unfamiliar voice continued to say that she had better apologize when she returned. He hoped it wouldn't take long. A lizard-like monster was sitting in a corner of the cave. There was a large puddle of dark liquid under it. The guys watched the monster through the gap. The guys looked out from behind the stone. They were looking at the monster. Tetsuya looked at Lineia and said that they definitely need to go here. The guys looked at each other, and Lennon replied that they had to pass right here to get home. Tetsuya agreed with the girl. The lizard monster was eating from a dark and bubbling liquid. Tetsuya said that the lizard looked scary. Lineia's eyes sparkled and she said that Tetsuya had nothing to worry about. He should rely on her. Tetsuya said with disbelief that Lineia didn't have effective skills. Lineia clenched her hands into fists and started waving them. Then she said that she would just strike at the monster. Tetsuya replied with displeasure that hitting was not a skill. The lizard moved through the bubbling liquid. Then the monster looked to the side. Something was sticking out of its mouth. The guys discussed that they need to come up with another way to defeat the monster, since it secretes poison, which is very dangerous. Tetsuya looked out from behind the stone and said that they should avoid a fight by any means. Maybe Lineia knows another way home. Lineia put her hands on the stone and looked at Tetsuya. Then she said that if they looked at it, there must be one way out. The sky began to darken over the gorge. Lineia began to say that night would soon come and creepy monsters would soon begin to appear, so she does not walk at night. Tetsuya looked away and said that he would not like to meet creepy monsters. Lineia looked away and started saying that if they could overcome the lizard, then the way home would be much easier. The guys imagined how the monster was attacking. Lineia said that the risk of a lizard attack is small, but it is still there. Tetsuya scratched his head and opened the characteristics. Then he said that he should figure out what skill to use. The lizard has the 14th level, so he can attack with a meteor, but all his strength was spent fighting the spider. Tetsuya ran his finger over the skill screen and said that a lightning strike would only neutralize the enemy, whether it could be weakened with the help of the spider web. Lineia was peeking out from behind a stone. Tetsuya closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin. Lineia turned to Tetsuya in surprise when he said that she was sure of her skills and speed. The lizard with its tongue hanging out turned to the side where Lineia was standing, who began to say that she preceded the lizard and she should look here. Lineia began to spin in front of the lizard and tease it. The monster turned to the girl. Then Lineia started to run abruptly, and the monster followed her. Lineia turned around and said that the monster was too slow. If it kept running like that, it would never catch up and eat her. Lineia stared ahead at the narrowing cave. There is a stone in front of Lineia's foot. She stumbles over it and falls flat on the ground. Lineia remains lying on the ground. She tried to move into herself and said that she was in pain. The monster was running towards where the girl was lying. Tetsuya shouted Lineia's name. Tetsuya found himself in the air above the sloth and the lizard, which was rushing at the girl. Tetsuya was on the ground. He abruptly lifted Lineia into his arms. The monster wanted to strike, but Tetsuya managed to dodge. The lizard got caught in the web that Tetsuya made. The lizard stuck its whole body to the web. It tried to wave its tail. Tetsuya looked at the monster's face and said that the web seemed to really work. Tetsuya held Lineia in his arms. With his other hand, he took hold of the web and began to pull her towards him. The guys were standing on a small hill. Tetsuya said that thanks to Lineia, everything worked out. Now we need to wait for him to be able to use the meteorite. Tetsuya turned his hand into a fist, which had a spider web in it. The skill icon with a star was almost complete. Tetsuya said that it was too slow, since mana absorption only reached the first level. An acrid liquid began to be released from the monster's body, which began to split the web. Tetsuya nervously said that it was dangerous, as the web gradually began to split. The monster almost freed itself from the web. Then it opened its mouth and sprayed poison towards where the guys were standing. Before that, Tetsuya thought that it might be worth striking lightning. No, it's useless, since they are in a swampy area. Poison was next to the guys, so that Lineia would not be hurt. Tetsuya covered her body with himself. The poison landed on Tetsuya's back. Lineia called Tetsuya's name in fright. Then she looked at his back, where the caustic liquid had got into. Tetsuya's t-shirt was stripped, and a wound appeared on the wall. Tetsuya bared his teeth and said that everything was fine. A magic symbol appeared above the monster. Tetsuya covered his body with Lineia's and sat down. The monster opened its mouth and loomed over the guys. Tetsuya said they had lasted long enough. Tetsuya continued to cover Lineia with his body. The monster did not have time to strike, as in the next instant the monster was demolished by the stone that appeared. Tetsuya stood on his feet and pressed Lineia to him. Tetsuya held his hand to the side and conjured. The meteorite crushed the lizard, and dust rose into the air from the impact. Tetsuya looked at the damaged monster with satisfaction, and Lineia opened her mouth in surprise. Lineia started hugging Tetsuya and shouting that they did it. Tetsuya is the best. Tetsuya frowned. Sweat dripped down his face. Then he said that what was happening was very dangerous. Tetsuya was touching his head. He was tired from the battle. Lineia was running behind him and rejoicing at the victory. Tetsuya jumped off a large mushroom and headed towards the lizard. Tetsuya said Lineia should calm down. The lizard's paw came off from the attack. Tetsuya squatted down and stretched his arm over the lizard's body. Then he began to cast spells and replenish his reserves of power. Lineia stood behind and carefully watched Tetsuya's actions. Tetsuya touched his head and exhaled heavily. Then he began to hallow and say that he was wondering what would happen if he absorbed something, because his ability allows him to get skills from bodies. Tetsuya went up to the mushroom and broke off a piece from it, while he said that it was worth trying to eat a piece. Lineia stood behind and looked at Tetsuya. They were bubble mushrooms. They have a deadly poison. Tetsuya started eating the mushroom and one of his abilities grew. Tetsuya said that the taste of a poisonous mushroom is not so bad. Lineia screamed in fright that her teacher had told her not to eat anything from the caves. Lineia put her hands on Tetsuya's face and wanted to make him spit out the remains of the mushroom. Tetsuya laughed at Lineia's act. In the next moment, there was a tremendous roar. The guys began to look around in fright. The moon appeared in the sky. Something started to appear behind the guys. The guys looked back in fright. The guys opened their mouths in fear. Drops of sweat dripped down their faces. A cluster of energy appeared above the gorge in which skulls were visible. It was the spirit of death. It was 100 years old. It was a lonely spirit that appears in the valley of death. The guys started screaming. The guys looked up in fright and discussed the next plan of action. Lineia took a stone from the ground and threw it up. The stone hit one of the skulls of the spirit. Lineia crossed her arms. Tetsuya was outraged by her action. Then the guys rushed to run. The spirit rushed after the guys. Lineia screamed that they should get to her house, but they could be caught. Tetsuya turned around in fright and watched as several skulls chased them. Lineia stopped. She took the bandage that was hanging on her hip and yanked it. Lineia activated the transformation ability. Before that, she said that she was too tired, but she had no other choice. Lineia turned into a big black cat and started growling. Tetsuya continued to run, and coarse dust rose into the air around the guys. Lineia was running next to Tetsuya, in a cloud of cats. She looked at him and said that Tetsuya should sit on her back, and that way they would get home faster. Tetsuya did not immediately believe that Lineia could turn into a cat. Tetsuya climbed onto Lineia's back. Lineia looked at Tetsuya and said that he should hold on tight. The guys almost broke away from the pursuit. Tetsuya said that Lineia was probably faster than the spirit of death. The guys continued to run along the gorge. There was a noise in the gorge. Lineia and Tetsuya looked back. Then they arrived at a small door that was in the rock. Tetsuya got off Lineia and said it seemed like a dead end. Lineia replied that there was a hidden door. Lineia, in a cloud of cats, went to the hidden door and began to scratch it, and this went on for some time. Then Lineia stopped and said in a drooping voice that she couldn't open the door. Tetsuya smiled and said that Lineia should return to her form. Lineia blushed and said it was a good idea. Dust rose into the air. Then Lineia fell to the ground and said she was very tired. Tetsuya took Lineia in his arms. She said that the transformation was very tiring. Tetsuya should bring her to the door and she would open it. Lineia leaned her paw against the door, and a handle appeared on it. Tetsuya continued to hold Lineia in his arms and wondered if it was really a sliding door. Tetsuya released Lineia and began to open the door little by little. Lineia said it would be hard. Tetsuya had to be careful. The guys went into the room. It was light there. There was a table in the room with plates and mugs on it. Tetsuya held Lineia in his arms and said that this place really looked like home. Tetsuya was very scared when he saw a black and toothy shadow on the floor, so she also started shouting that she knew what time it was. A small bear appeared in front of Tetsuya. He folded his arms and said with displeasure that he had told Lineia that it was dangerous outside at night. Tetsuya held Lineia in his arms and wondered if it was really a teddy bear in front of him. He was also talking. Mishka began to shout discontentedly what a man was doing in their house and what he needed from Lineia. Lineia continued to sit in Tetsuya's arms. Then Mishka jumped and started shouting that Tetsuya should shut up and let Lineia go. Tetsuya was scared. The bear ended up on Tetsuya's shoulder and started hitting his head. At the same time, Mishka claimed that Lineia was a member of his family. Tetsuya said with displeasure that the bear should stop and he would let Lineia go. Tetsuya put Lineia down on the floor. Mishka grabbed Lineia and carried her to the side. Then Mishka stood in front of Lineia, who was lying on the floor exhausted, and said that why Tetsuya was here? Because there was nothing valuable in their house. Tetsuya stood aside and touched his head. Tetsuya raised his hands and said he didn't need anything from them. Lineia was lying on the side. Mishka started shouting that Tetsuya probably wanted to mock them, because people like to wish with animals like that. Tetsuya didn't understand what the bear was talking about. Lineia pulled her paw towards the bear and said that it should stop, since Tetsuya actually helped her. The bear was surprised by the girl's words. The guy sat down at the table, and Miska began to say that he was sorry for his behavior, and he was also grateful for saving Lineia. Tetsuya looked at the animals and thought that he wondered which breed of beastman looked like a scarecrow. Mishka looked at Tetsuya in surprise. Tetsuya activated his ability and saw the characteristics of the bear. It was an elf woman named Mech. She was 81 years old. The guys started discussing the assessment skill. Tetsuya didn't know that this skill was rare. Tetsuya raised his hand, and a magic sign appeared in the air. Mech frowned and said that Tetsuya should tell who he really is. Tetsuya looked at Mech in fright. Mech closed her eyes and said that she was surprised. There must be a reason for this, as she is now in Tetsuya's debt. Mech stood up and put her paws on her belt. Then she said she was Mech. She looked like that because of the curse, but she was actually an elf. Tetsuya looked at the animals and thought that without an assessment, it would be difficult for him to believe Mechsa. She looks proud. Mech pointed to the chest and said that as a sign of hospitality, Tetsuya could spend the night here. Tetsuya replied with a smile that he would like to know how to get out of this place. Mech was surprised to hear Tetsuya's words. Tetsuya introduced different monsters when he listened to Mech's words. She said that it takes 30 days to go to the exit. There is another exit, but it is protected by a powerful golem. Lineia raised her paw and said that she and Tetsuya could try to defeat the golem. Mech scratched her head and replied that Lineia's offer was questionable. Lineia looked at Tetsuya and said that he should show Mech his status. Tetsuya wondered if he could really show his status to others. Mech took Tetsuya's stats chart in her paws. After looking at all the stats, she screamed that the first level, and what about this insane status? Mech held a chart in her hands and started saying that Tetsuya is amazing because of her skills. She's also hearing about body absorption for the first time. Tetsuya stretched out his arms and said that the ability allows him to raise statuses. Lineia was sitting on her lap. Tetsuya scratched his face in surprise and listened to Mech. She said that if Tetsuya could increase his stats, he could defeat the golem. Mech and Lineia were standing on a chip, and Tetsuya was clumsily waving his sword. A ribbon appeared on Mech's head, and she began to shout that Tetsuya had never held a sword in his hands in his life. Tetsuya was weak and lived only in peace, but she would teach him everything. After a while, several goblins appeared in the cave. They looked in surprise in the direction from which the noise was coming. Mecha kept saying that Tetsuya needed more combat experience. He needed to defeat the goblins with a wooden sword. Tetsuya stood in front of the goblins and held a sword above him. Then he said that the goblins looked weak. Tetsuya squeezed his eyes shut, and Mech continued to say that the enemy will not feel sorry for you. If Tetsuya does not wield a sword, he will not survive. After a moment, Tetsuya opened his eyes and stabbed at one of the goblins with his sword. Tetsuya's mouth dropped open in surprise. Tetsuya continued to swing his sword in different directions and strike at the goblins. Mech started shouting that Tetsuya was holding the sword incorrectly. It seems that Tetsuya had never fought. Tetsuya began to absorb the bodies of monsters and said that there was no point in training when he could increase statuses with his ability. Mech said Tetsuya's skills should get better. Tetsuya held the sword and looked at the Mech. Lineia listened attentively to Mech. Mech said it was important to be able to control his abilities. Tetsuya should relax and trust her. Tetsuya nervously thought that the most important thing was having skills. Lineia started clapping her hands merrily. Lineia began to throw up the Mech and admire it. Mech floated in the air and said that there is a power that can be mastered after a certain level. Tetsuya looked at the girls in surprise. Mech seriously said that by reaching this level, you can destroy an entire nation. After hearing Mech's words, Tetsuya was scared and said that how powerful would a child with 125th level be? Mech replied that this was some kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, the bandits who came to this world with Tetsuya stood on the bodies of the defeated monsters and smiled. Night fell. The guys returned home. Tetsuya found himself in a hot tub. Mech and Lineia were cooking dinner. Tetsuya lay in the bathtub and thought that this house was too comfortable. Who was Mech really? Tetsuya raised his hand and began to conjure. Then he thought that with Mech he had learned a lot. From using magic to being able to fight, the limit of such a high level is just madness. I wonder if he will face those bandits again. Tetsuya raised his hand. Then he almost completely sank into the water. Tetsuya wondered aloud how many bodies he would be able to absorb in order to preserve their strength. What should he do next? Water got on the floor. Someone appeared in the room. Tetsuya sank completely under the water. Tetsuya opened his eyes and noticed that Lineia was in the tub with him. She held up her fingers and smiled sweetly. Tetsuya was startled by the surprise and began to let out air from his mouth. Tetsuya surfaced from the water and started shouting that it was really Lineia. What was she doing here anyway? The girl's ears poked out of the water, and then she completely got out of the water. Lineia's face was damp and slightly red. Abruptly, Mech bursts into the bathroom. She was wearing an apron and a chef's hat. Mech began to scream what kind of noise was going on here. Tetsuya tried to justify himself, but Lineia interrupted him. She said that she just wanted to take a bath before dinner. Mech replied that it wasn't worth making a fuss about. Tetsuya was surprised by this response. Lineia invited Mika to take a bath too. Mika cut off her apron and stood in a funny pose. Tetsuya, Lineia, and Mech ended up in a bathtub. The girls were enjoying the warm water, and Tetsuya was a disgruntled face. The girls came out of the tub. Mech took a sponge and began to lather herself. After a while, Mech was covered in foam. Mech covered herself with foam and began to rub Lineia's back. Lineia enthusiastically said that it was really great. Tetsuya thought discontentedly that what was he watching at all? Lineia looked at Tetsuya. She stretched out her arms to him, and with a smile said that Tetsuya could also come here, and she would wash his back. Tetsuya shouted that he was fine as it was. Mech looked at Tetsuya in surprise. Tetsuya looked away and blushed. Then he scratched his head in embarrassment. Lineia said that if Tetsuya continued to sit there, the water would cool down quickly. Tetsuya sat down in front of Lineia. She started shaking in fright when she saw the scar on Tetsuya's back. Tetsuya replied that it was just a small scar from a poisonous lizard. Scared, Lineia started rubbing Tetsuya's back and shouting that she was very sorry for what happened. Tetsuya laughed and replied that she had nothing to worry about. Lineia was rubbing soap on Tetsuya's back. Mech started saying that Tetsuya can actually be trusted. Now he has become a member of their family. Tetsuya frowned, surprised by Mech's words. Tetsuya looked back. Lineia asked to help her wash her hair. Tetsuya nervously agreed to help the girl. Tetsuya started reaching for Lineia's head. She covered her face and started screaming loudly that Tetsuya had just tried to touch her ears. Mech covered Lineia with her paw to protect her. Tetsuya held his hands in the air, and Mech continued to shout that people should not be trusted after all. Tetsuya replied that the girls were not telling the truth. He just did not know what was appropriate here. The moon shone brightly in the dark sky. Tetsuya and Mech were looking at the fire. Mech said that it had been a long time since Tetsuya had been here. It seemed that he was already ready to meet the golem. Lineia stood in front of a monster that looks like a wolf and teased him. Mech went on to say that Tetsuya's victory over this monster and his training would be over soon. There was a monster in front of the guys. It was a fiery weasel. She was 10 years old. It was a fire demon. Tetsuya held out his sword in front of him and said that this would be his last test. Mech replied that Tetsuya was strong enough to defeat the monster easily. A fire monster ran to meet Tetsuya. Then the monster stopped and opened its mouth. A fireball flew out of its mouth. Tetsuya ran towards the fireball. Tetsuya managed to dodge the attack. At this time, Mech continued to support Tetsuya with words. Mech said Tetsuya should end the fight with one punch. The next moment, Tetsuya jumps up and swings. Then he delivered a crushing blow to the fire monster, which screamed in pain. Tetsuya stood in front of the defeated monster. Mike jumped off the cliff and said that Tetsuya had done a great job, which was to be expected, because he was her student. Tetsuya reached for the monster's body, but Mike stopped him. The fire monster erupted and rose into the air. Tetsuya began to cover his head with his hand. Tetsuya shouted that Mech should leave. Mech manages to jump aside. Mech sat on the ground and said in a frightened voice that this thing was really still alive. A fireball with a creepy face headed towards where Mech was sitting. Tetsuya stood in front of Mika and the monster crashed into his arms. Tetsuya's face was covered in sweat as he struggled to stop the monster. Tetsuya grabbed the monster's head and clenched his teeth. Then he activated an acid attack. The monster's head began to melt. The monster's body spread out on the ground. Smoke was coming from Tetsuya's hands. He was looking down in fright and trying to catch his breath. Mech ran to Tetsuya. She was afraid for his condition. Tetsuya said he was fine. He was a little overheated. Lineia appeared, dragging the carcass of a wolf-like monster. Lineia ran up to Tetsuya and said that she had brought this monster for him. The guys were at home. Tetsuya was lying on the bed, and Mech was sitting at the table. The guys started discussing that they would say goodbye to this house tomorrow. Mech had found a way to remove the spell from herself, and what Tetsuya was going to do when they left here. Tetsuya looked at the ceiling and replied that he had not thought about it yet. He intended to become stronger, and then show his strength to those people who did not believe in him. Lineia came into the house in the form of a cat. The guys continued to discuss Tetsuya's revenge on the offenders. Lineia jumped on the sofa and began to climb Tetsuya under his t-shirt. Lineia reached under Tetsuya's t-shirt and peeked out of the neck. Tetsuya complained that he had told Lineia to stay away from that place. Tetsuya remembered how Lineia turned into a human when she was sitting under his t-shirt. Tetsuya expressed dissatisfaction about that. Lineia replied that she liked this place and would not listen to Tetsuya. Mech was sitting at the table and watching the guys. She began to be touched and say that the guys looked like father and daughter. Lineia started touching Tetsuya's face with her paws. Tetsuya thought that he was not old enough to have a 15-year-old daughter. Mecha said she could become Lineia's mom. Tetsuya was embarrassed by this news. Mecha's story was embarrassed by this news. Mecha thought about this question. Mech imagined herself in a wedding dress and with a bouquet. She then said that she didn't mind marrying Tetsuya. Tetsuya thought it would be strange if his wife became a stuffed toy. Lineia looked strangely in front of her. The guys continued to discuss their marital status. Mi started to get angry because she didn't want to be a grandmother. Lineia got out of her t-shirt and said when they left the valley, would they continue to communicate? Michi hovered in a strange position. Mech leaned against the bed and said that she wasn't going to leave Lineia. She couldn't leave Lineia alone, and she couldn't leave Tetsuya either. Tears appeared in Lineia's eyes. Tetsuya was lying with his eyes closed. Mech climbed on the bed and said that there were also many things she had to teach the guys. Lineia and Mech looked at Tetsuya piteously. Tetsuya started stroking Lineia and said that he would not be able to leave the girls even if he was confident in his abilities. Lineia began to support Tetsuya's words. She also said that when she feels happy, she wants to sleep. Tetsuya and Lineia wished each other a good night. Mech was sitting next to her. She exhaled heavily and said that Lineia was a lazy girl. Tetsuya fell asleep. Mech began to examine his injured arm. Then she said that Tetsuya hid the scar from her because he didn't want her to worry. Mech took Tetsuya's hand and said that she should be more vigilant. She was very sorry that Tetsuya had suffered because of her. Behind Mech, her true form appeared. She continued to look at Tetsuya and say that she would be responsible for all his scars, since he was her favorite student. Mech appeared in her true form. She was covered with jewelry, and there was a beautiful flower in her hair. Mech held Tetsuya's hand and thought that she would always be by his side. The next day came, a splash was heard in one of the caves. In the next instant, the monster's head was attacked by someone. Tetsuya absorbed the remains of the monster into himself and said that his affairs were bad. He did not become stronger after absorbing goblins. A table with his characteristics appeared next to Tetsuya. Lineia looked at something carefully. Then she went to Tetsuya. Mecha started saying that it wasn't bad. Tetsuya would soon be able to fight the golem. Tetsuya was holding his sword on his shoulder. Lineia had an idea. She raised her hands in the air and shouted that they could take Tetsuya to the cemetery and make him stronger. Mech introduced the monsters and began to get indignant. Lineia put her fingers together and tried to justify herself. The guy started talking about the bodies of the dead monsters. Mech put her hands together and started shouting that she hadn't removed the body just once, and in general she sets the rules herself. Lineia was beside herself with anger. The light began to shine from the cave. The guys went through the entrance and there was a monster in front of them. It was a giant golem. He was 33 years old. It was a giant monster made of stone. The monster had a dark hole in its chest. The monster was sitting on the side and was busy with something. Loud noises were heard throughout the cave. Then the monster looked in a direction where the guys were standing. Tetsuya started coughing nervously. Mech stood between the guy's legs. Then she joined her hands together and said that she knew exactly how to defeat this giant monster. Tetsuya held his sword out in front of him and stood in a fighting pose. Lineia began to smile and adjust her gloves. Mecha said it was time to leave this place. Lineia said that if the guys were ready, since her animal form would disappear in 10 minutes. The monster began to move towards the guys. Tetsuya was holding a sword in his hands. Lineia was standing in front of him, and Mech was sitting on her. The guys were serious. They rushed forward. The monster clenched his hand into a fist and began to swing. Then he hit the ground. The guys landed on the ground. Before the monster hit, they managed to jump aside. The monster activated its attack, and there was a huge explosion. The guys were thrown into the air. Tetsuya was surprised by such a strong blow. Mech said with displeasure that the monster is not an easy opponent. It will be hard for them to fight it. The guys landed on their feet. Tetsuya's hair was blowing in the wind. The guys looked at the monster, and Mech said that they needed to smash the red sphere that was built into the monster's chest. Tetsuya raised his hand and began to conjure. Tetsuya launched a fireball attack. The monster held out his hand in front of him, and the fireball crashed into it. The monster didn't even feel Tetsuya's attack. Tetsuya said that the monster didn't even have a scratch left. Mech said that the monster is well protected. The monster began to clench his hand into a fist and cover his chest. Mech said that the weak point of the monster is its core. A magic symbol appeared above the monster's head, but Tetsuya couldn't make an attack due to the low ceiling. Lineia began to dig the ground. Tetsuya raised his hand up and began to conjure. Lineia opened her mouth and rushed forward. Mech said that the guy should weaken the monster's defenses to get into the core. Tetsuya began to attack the monster from all sides. Clouds of smoke rose into the air. Lineia started running towards the monster. The monster noticed Lineia approaching. Lineia started licking her paw and saying that she did not feel that the monster was being harmed by her attacks, although she was trying her best. The monster was constantly watching the guys. The next moment, the monster struck at Lineia. She managed to dodge in time. The monster watched Lineia and struck at her, and she skillfully shortened from each of them. Lineia continued to jump in different directions and shorten herself from the blows. She looked at the monster and began to tease him. She was above the monster's head. The monster sharply struck at Lineia. At this time, Tetsuya began to swing his sword. Tetsuya appeared next to the monster and dealt a powerful blow to it. But Tetsuya did not hit. There was a barrier between him and the monster. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. They did not suspect that the golem could activate the barrier. The monster put his hands together and started swinging them. Mech shouted that first you need to destroy the monster's head, since it controls the barrier. After a moment, the monster brought his hands down and smashed them against the ground. There was a huge explosion. It was so strong that the mech was thrown into the air and it ended up among the destroyed stones. Tetsuya and Lineia were nowhere to be seen. Mech got out of the rubble and started shouting to see if the guys were okay. Lineia found herself under the rubble, and Mech started trying to pull her out. A creepy golem silhouette appeared next to the girls. Lineia started screaming that there was a monster behind Mech. Mech looked up and saw that a huge golem's leg was looming over them, and gradually it was moving towards them. The golem's leg stopped moving, and he was very surprised. Mech closed her eyes in fear. Lineia said Tetsuya's name. Mech opened her eyes and raised her head. Tetsuya was standing over her and restraining the golem's leg. Tetsuya restrained the golem's leg. A magic sign appeared above his leg. Tetsuya sent a fireball towards the blockage to free Lineia. Lineia and Mech were blown away by the blast wave. Mech started to get up and started to touching her head. The golem's foot ended up on the ground. There was a lot of dust around, and Mech began to run fearfully to Golem's foot and shout that he should remove his foot. Mech was furiously striking at the golem's leg. The golem's leg began to collapse, which surprised Mech a lot. She looked down and saw that liquid was flowing out from under the golem's foot. Tetsuya said that Mech should leave. A huge magic sign appeared under the golem's foot. Gradually, Tetsuya began to lift the golem's leg above him. Tetsuya was covered in black liquid. Tetsuya activated the acid bullet ability. Tetsuya kicked the golem's leg off himself. A pungent mist emanated from the monster's leg. Mech stood to the side with her mouth open in shock. The golem crashed to the ground and Mech screamed that the distance between the ceiling and the monster had increased. Tetsuya started falling to the ground. Mech started running towards him and shouting that this was their chance. Tetsuya lay motionless in the black liquid. Tetsuya thought he was losing consciousness. Mech looked up and said that if the core wasn't destroyed, the monster would recover. Mech looked at Tetsuya in fright. He was lying motionless. Mech looked at the golem and started running along its arm. Then she jumped and headed towards the monster's head. Mech sat on the monster's head and looked at Tetsuya. Then she screamed that Tetsuya should throw the meteor in the direction where he could hear her voice, and then they could leave this valley. Tetsuya wiggled one finger. Mech started up as she felt something above her. Mech looked up and opened her mouth in fright. A large shadow began to descend on the mech. A huge meteor hovered over Mech and the monster. Mech manages to fly away. She started screaming out of fear. The dome around the monster's core began to crumble. Mech shouted that Lineia could strike now. After a while, the monster's body began to explode. There was an explosion. Dust rose into the air. Lineia made an attack and there was a huge explosion. Everything was covered in dust. Mech was sitting on the sidelines. Rocks began to fall around her. Tetsuya lay on the ground motionless. Then he picked up a stone. Lineia came up to Mech and said that the monster was dead. Mech replied that she saddled everything she could. The monster's body began to disappear. The girls looked up in surprise and said that Tetsuya looked good. Tetsuya began to absorb the monster's body. Tetsuya was sitting on the ground he was conjuring and his stats gradually increased. Tetsuya's clothes were all torn to shreds. Mech went to Tetsuya and said that she was grateful to him. They really managed to win. The guys thanked each other. Tetsuya lay down on the ground. Lineia lay down next to him and said that the job was finally done. Tetsuya looked at Lineia and said that she had done well to finish off the monster. Lineia replied that it was thanks to Tetsuya. Mech approached the guys and began to support them. Lineia said it would be easier if Mech knew about the monster's weaknesses. Tetsuya stood up and said that they had won, and that was the main thing. Mech had behind Tetsuya and covered her face with her hands. A door appeared in the rock. Then it opened. The guys began to rejoice at the appearance of the door and the fact that they would be able to leave this valley. Mech heard a strange sound. Something began to sparkle in the darkness of the door. Then a hand appeared. A creature in black armor came out of the darkness to the guys. The guys were very surprised by the stranger who appeared. The stranger in armor began to walk towards the guys. Tetsuya squatted down and began to cover the girls with his hand. Tetsuya wondered what kind of creature it was. Mech couldn't use her ability on a stranger. Tetsuya was wearing a military suit with a sword in his hands. There were girls in beautiful outfits standing next to him. Mech was in her two forms and held a staff in her hands. Mech grabbed Lineia and said that Tetsuya's analysis skill would also not work on this opponent, just as Tetsuya would not be able to defeat him if the stranger had the 100th level. Tetsuya squatted and looked at the stranger. Then he thought that he needed to find a way out of the situation. It seems that the stranger is not his enemy at all. He can try to talk to him. Mech held Lineia in her arms and looked at Tetsuya. The stranger held out his hand to Tetsuya, at which time Tetsuya said that they did not need any extra problems. Tetsuya was very surprised by the stranger's tin. Mech held Lineia and started shouting that everything looked too suspicious. Tetsuya should not relax. Tetsuya hesitantly started to reach out to the stranger. Mech looked at Tetsuya in fright. She didn't understand what Tetsuya wanted to do. A drop of sweat was running down Tetsuya's face. He touched the stranger and said that his actions were very similar to a finger fight. Tetsuya's t-shirt was all torn. Mech held Lineia and asked for a fight with her fingers. Tetsuya continued to hold the stranger's hand and replied that this was a game where players compete using their fingers. Lineia started laughing and saying that didn't Mech know about such a game. Mech started circling Lineia and shouting that she knows everything. Maybe Lineia doubts her abilities. Tetsuya thought that how could Mech not know about such a thing? Behind Tetsuya, Mech continued to circle Lineia. Tetsuya kept thinking that Mech didn't know basic things. But she wasn't stupid. Maybe there wasn't such a game in this world. Tetsuya abruptly started to get indignant. Tetsuya looked down and saw that the stranger in armor had won it, which greatly surprised Tetsuya. In the next instant, a dark hole appeared, from which bone hands began to come out. Skeletons began to emerge from the darkness that had formed in the floor, and they began to grab Tetsuya's hand. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from fright. The skeletons held Tetsuya's hand and lowered him deep into the darkness. Then Tetsuya found himself all alone in the void. After a while, a huge eye appeared in front of Tetsuya, looking at him. A stranger in armor appeared in front of Tetsuya. He approached Tetsuya's face and said that Tetsuya should resist. Tetsuya's face became gloomy. After a while, Tetsuya woke up. He was trying to catch his breath. The screams of the girls could be heard next to him. They were calling for him. Tetsuya stood on his feet and did not understand anything. Mei started shouting that Tetsuya was fine. The stranger had disappeared. The door in the rock was empty. Tetsuya's hand began to sparkle. Then an unusual sign appeared on it. But after a moment, the mark disappeared from Tetsuya's hand. Mecha began to wonder about the symbol that appeared. Tetsuya brought his hand close to his face and said that he did not have time to see the symbol. But now the hand smells strange. Mech invited Lineia to smell Tetsuya's hand. Lineia started sniffing Tetsuya's hand. Lineia started sniffing Tetsuya's hand. Lineia covered her nose and started screaming. Then she fell to the floor. The guys were wondering what kind of smell it was. Mech took Tetsuya's hand and said that Lineia should take another sniff. Lineia screamed that Tetsuya should not approach her. This upset Tetsuya. Mech exhaled heavily and looked at Tetsuya. Mech started saying that Tetsuya should bandage his hand with clothes. They would later find out what kind of damage it was. First, they had to get out of the valley. Tetsuya bandaged his arm with a t-shirt cloth and approached Lineia. The guys ended up at the wall, which was the exit from the gorge. There were several defeated monsters lying on the ground. One of the monsters pulled its paw up. The guy stood at the edge of the chip. Then Tetsuya crouched down and pointed his finger at the bottom. Mech started saying that they were finally free. Tetsuya said it didn't matter. There were monster bodies lying below. Mech presented a map and began to say that the guys are now located near the city of Maestros. It is considered a neutral territory. The guys decided that Tetsuya would absorb these monsters and become stronger. Mech said the guys should look down. There are so many goblins. The goblins were laughing, and Mech continued to say that maybe necromancers were involved. It was better for them not to get involved in these matters. Lineia started saying that Mech wasn't that perfect, but she didn't care what Mech was doing before meeting her. Tetsuya was scratching his head nervously. Mech pursed his lips and turned away from the guys. The guys decided to move to the city. Mech looked around the neighborhood and thought that this was a battlefield. It was strange that all the remains belonged to humans. Mech looked down and saw that the lizardmen seemed to be crushed by something. Mech thought that she didn't know that humans had such great strength that could overcome rivals like that. Meanwhile, the strongest explosions were taking place near the walls of the stone castle. The creatures that were on the castle walls were wearing armor. They were watching the explosions. One of the creatures said that they could not resist the enemy. A man with a lion's head stood nearby and said that they were beastmen who were famous for their physical strength. The beastmen watched the battle in panic. The man with the lion's head continued to look ahead and say that they would really be able to lose the battle to some people so easily. A man with a large shield was walking in the field, followed by soldiers in armor. The beastmen stood in front of the castle walls and looked fearfully at the approaching army. The guy with the shield and his subordinate started discussing an offensive plan. The guy with the shield held the shield up and said with a smile that on the count of 3, he would destroy the wall. After a couple of seconds, a huge shield appeared in the wall, thereby destroying it. The beastmen who were on the wall began to run and scream in fright. The guy was holding a shield in front of him. Smoke was coming from it. Those repaired in armor began to rejoice, as the wall collapsed with just one blow. The guy put the shield behind his back and said with a smile that everything was successful. The subordinates can continue the attack. The men in armor began to arm themselves. After a while, the guys found themselves in the city. They stood on the street of the city and looked at it with interest. Mech was sitting on Lineia's head. The guys were walking around the city and met different monsters. At the same time, the guys discussed that they did not meet people, not beastmen, since they are on the verge of extinction. Mech began to talk about Lineia, that she had lost her memory and she was worried about it. Lineia took the mech off her shoulders and said that she was fine. Mech frowned and said that Lineia has an accent and it doesn't go anywhere. It makes her nervous. Lineia started shaking Mech and shouting that she didn't have any accent. Tetsuya stood to the side and watched what was happening. Mech was on the ground. She couldn't come to her senses. Then Mech screamed that they needed money. Tetsuya smiled and said that he could find a job. Mech replied that she already had her own plan. The guys ended up in the arena. There were several unusual monsters in front of Tetsuya. Mech shouted that they could make money from the fights. The girls were sitting in the stands. Tetsuya was nervous and thought that so many people had never looked at him before. The monsters started talking about Tetsuya's strength. One of the monsters activated Tetsuya's analysis ability. He started laughing and saying that Tetsuya had the first level. Tetsuya was shaking with nerves. The monsters started smiling and showing off their levels. Tetsuya looked at them and thought that the difference in levels was too big, whether this situation was too ordinary. The girls were sitting in the stands and began to worry about Tetsuya. The biggest monster started swinging and saying that a person with the first level would not run it. The monster struck Tetsuya. Tetsuya was blown several meters away by the impact. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Tetsuya was carried to the end of the arena. In the places Tetsuya visited, dust and fragments of stones rose into the air. The monster clenched his fist and said with a smile that it was easy. Tetsuya got to his feet, which greatly surprised the monster. Tetsuya and Mech started talking. Tetsuya said he was nervous. Mech offered to use the ability of electricity. The monster clenched his fists and rushed at Tetsuya. Mech started saying that if Tetsuya aimed a lightning bolt at the opponent's head, he would immediately fall. The monster struck the wall of the arena. The grandstand began to crumble, and the audience began to run away in panic. Tetsuya stepped aside. Then he charged at the monster. Tetsuya jumped up, and a magic sign appeared between him and the monster. Tetsuya then kicked the monster's head, and an electric shock was generated. The monster collapsed to the ground, and Tetsuya landed on his feet next to him. The fish-like monster held a spear in his hands and decided to attack Tetsuya. The monster rushed at Tetsuya. Tetsuya turned around in fright and then began to dodge the attacks of another monster. The monster didn't understand how Tetsuya was able to do this. The monster started talking about Tetsuya's first level. After waiting for a moment, Tetsuya approached the monster. Lightning began to emanate from Tetsuya's hand. Tetsuya touched his head. An electric discharge appeared. Everything was illuminated with light. Foam came out of the monster's mouth, and the monster collapsed to the ground. The last monster raised his hands above himself and began to conjure. Tetsuya started shouting that the monster wanted to hurt his friends as well. The monster said they weren't his friends. An attack was directed towards Tetsuya. There was a huge explosion in the arena. The monster held his hands in front of him and rejoiced at the victory. Tetsuya's legs were behind him. There was another explosion, and the monster was scared. Tetsuya held the defeated monsters in his arms. The remaining monster was indignant at what was happening. Tetsuya threw the bodies towards the monster. Then an explosion occurred. The monster in the suit said that he would not give the reward to the guys, since they had deceived him. The first level could not win the battle. Miki glared at the man. Mech then approached the man and started shouting that Tetsuya had fought fairly. Mech climbed onto the counter, and the man demanded proof. A lot of people gathered nearby. The guys were kicked out of the arena. They were walking down the street and thinking about further actions. The girls offered to go to the guild. Tetsuya was surprised by the existence of a guild in this world. Mech was serious. She said that they would not be allowed in there without money, and they just don't have it. The guys found themselves at a gloomy building. The guys found themselves at the door of a huge building. Mech said that the only way to get into the guild is to go to the battlefield. Tetsuya said that he needed to study his abilities better. Mech began to flatter the stairs. Tetsuya was the first to come to the door and said that if he could defeat the golem, he would not give up so easily. Mech wants to say something, but the guild door abruptly opened and someone started to come out. Someone bumped into Tetsuya. The bull-headed monster fell. He looked at Tetsuya and saw a gloomy shadow. The monster started to cover himself with his hand and apologize for the inconvenience. But then, he realized that a man was standing in front of him. The monster grabbed Tetsuya by his t-shirt and started yelling at him. Lineia ran to the bushes. Mech was lying there. Tetsuya stood in front of two bull-headed monsters. Tetsuya looked back and saw Lineia pulling Mech out of the bushes. A blonde girl appeared in front of Tetsuya. She asked that Tetsuya wanted to join the guild. Lineia pulled Mech out of the bushes. Tetsuya was surprised to see the man. The guys ended up in the guild building. A blonde girl gave them a tour of the building. The monster looked at the guys and discussed them. The guys found themselves in a large room with a map on the floor. The girl said she would tell them about the guild. The guys listened attentively to the girl. The girl raised her hand and said that the guys would be sent to different places to help the allies. Tetsuya looked at the girls in surprise. Mech thought about the girl's words. The girl said that at first the guys would be on neutral territory. After checking them, the guys would be given another task, and now a small test would be conducted. The girl showed a device that displayed the employee's status. Tetsuya and Mech started talking about whether they should definitely take this test. Then the guys brought their hands closer to the device. The girl began to consider the statuses of the guys. Mech was sitting on the seat, and a card with characteristics appeared next to her. Then the girl looked at Tetsuya's characteristics and was surprised by what she saw. The girl was surprised by the absorption ability and was surprised. Then she looked at the guys and said that they had passed the test and were suitable for the guild. Mech also wanted to take the test. Mech began to shout indignantly that she was not a toy. Then Mech and Tetsuya started whispering that the girl just didn't see that she was under the spell of the curse. The girl touched Meat's head and said that she didn't feel anything, and now the guys can make an advance payment for membership. Tetsuya glared at Meek and said that they needed money here too. Meat jumped off Lineia's head. Mech fell to the floor and started screaming that she was very sorry, but they were poor. They had no money at all. Tetsuya stood aside and thought in fright that how Mech could scream so much. Other guild members began to resent Tetsuya's first level. The girl thought that she might have problems. Mech grabbed the girl's leg and continued to beg her. After a while, the girl gave the temporary guild cards to the guys and said that you need to look at the map. Missy will appear there. The guy should choose one. The Mech was hanging from the girl's leg. A lot of flags appeared around the guys. Mech had put her hand in the map and someone started screaming there. The girl was surprised. Then the key headed for the exit and called the guys after her. Unusual people entered the guild building. Lineia and Tetsuya ran after Mech. The arriving creatures approached the girl and began to discuss Tetsuya. Since he is a human being, unusual creatures were sitting at the table and waiting for the news. The rooster-headed creature introduced the man who had previously destroyed the fortress wall. Meanwhile, in the territory of people gathered in one of the rooms of the castle. There were monsters in chains behind the chair. The girl was sitting on a chair and breathing heavily with pleasure. She had pronounced fangs. The girl was sitting on a blonde guy who was smiling maliciously. Hiromu was standing next to him. He was scratching his head nervously and saying that he got a little carried away and destroyed the territory. The blonde guy said they didn't have enough people. The blonde guy put his hand to his face and said that there was no point in destroying slaves and soldiers. He just wanted to regain his territory. Hiromu raised his finger and said that he had the ability to animate bodies. The blonde guy remembered the conquest of territories and said that they should all be friends. The guys continued to discuss the battles and their allies. One of them was Sakai Ryoji. He possessed the 99th level. Another disgruntled ally, Takyong Yun, stood nearby. Taken began waving his arms in displeasure and shouting about his fighting methods. Hiromu hugged the girl next to him and tried to calm Takanu down. Taken got angry and cut off the girl's head. She fell to the floor. Hiromu smiled nervously. Taken continued to scream. TK put away his sword. Yamada smiled maliciously and said that they were following orders and that was undeniable. TK frowned maliciously. After a while, TK found himself on the street. He continued to shout in displeasure. There were other armored soldiers next to him. Takei grabbed one of the soldiers and started shouting that he wanted to conquer the territory of the elves. The soldier began to calm Takei down. Takei began to smile maliciously. He raised his hand and said that they were heading to the territory of the elves. Meanwhile, Meki sensed something was amiss. A bright sky spread over the high mountains, with fluffy clouds floating across it. A column of dust rose up among the dense forest. Someone or something was rushing very fast through the territory. Loud footsteps began to resound throughout the forest. A huge black bull was racing through the forest. There was a small man on his head. Between the horns, he was shouting loudly. A black cat was running next to the bull, and there was a Mech on it, who said that everything was fine with Tetsuya now. A black cat was running after an angry bull. Mei started shouting that Tetsuya was a liar. It didn't look like the easy victory he was talking about. Tetsuya replied that this was due to the extremely huge size of the bull. Mech and the cat were covered in sweat. They continued to run after the angry bull. Tetsuya held on to the bull's head tightly. Mech screamed that she would no longer believe Tetsuya. Maybe he had some kind of ability that would help them free him. Tetsuya raised his hand up. A magic ball formed above him. Then Tetsuya said that the food needed to be looked at. Tetsuya strikes the bull's head with a fireball. Then he activates the rat explosion attack. Tetsuya strikes with one hand and holds his sword in the other. Tetsuya shouted that, why didn't the attacks work on this bull? Mech replied fearfully that maybe it all depends on the strength of the bull's defense. Dust and stones rose into the air from under the hooves of the bull. Mech holds tight to the cat's neck and says that the bull can be stopped by a meteor. The bull continued to run fast, and Tetsuya agreed with Mech's suggestion. Tetsuya looks sharply ahead and nervously says that he just has to stop this bull. Tetsuya looks behind his back. His hands are in front. There's a powerful attack. Fragments of earth appear in the air. A huge ball began to fall from the air and rush towards the angry bull. A meteor falls to the ground. Dust and pieces of earth rise into the air. The bull is rushing at a huge boulder without stopping. Tetsuya notices that the bull is not going to stop. After a violent explosion, the cat and Mech scream silently. The enraged bull drove its horns into the stone. Veins began to swell on the bull's head from anger. He clenched his teeth. Mech nervously said that how the bull managed to stop. The bull gritted his teeth and started trying to pull his horns out of the stone. The cat and Mech watched the process in fright. Suddenly, the bull's head began to gradually move away from the stone. Tetsuya appeared between the bull and the stone. His eyes looked frightening. Tetsuya used his hands and feet to push the bull's heads away from him. The bull's horns almost came out of the stone. A magic ball began to appear above the bull. Tetsuya said to repeat the attack for now. Then the bull began to roar loudly. It was completely enveloped in flames. After a while, the bull collapsed to the ground, its tongue sticking out of its mouth. Half of the bull's body was crushed by a stone. The cat and Mech were standing to the side. They made a surprised sound. Tetsuya jumped down from a large boulder to the ground, holding his sword in his hands. Tetsuya headed in the direction of Mech's desk. Tetsuya and Mech discussed his well-being. Then Mech began to shake nervously as the cat wanted to ask her for something. The black cat put her paws on her belt and nervously began to say that the master could not tolerate. Because of him, they almost all died. Mech fell to the ground and began to sweat. Mech was on her knees and looking at the ground, and the black cat continued to say that now that they accept the task, they first discuss the details. Tetsuya started stroking the cat's head and saying with a smile that it was not worth shouting, because they had completed the task. Tetsuya looked at his untied bandage, and then said that he could absorb it now. The cat replied that they could take the bull to the city. Mech looked away and said that the bull carcass was very valuable. If they brought it to the guild, they would be well rewarded. They could even shorten the probation period, and they would immediately cover the entrance fee. Tetsuya and the animals were standing in front of the bull. Tetsuya looked at the Mech and pointed his finger in front of him. He began to talk about transporting such a large bull. Mech replied that Tetsuya could carry him. Tetsuya looked thoughtfully at the Mech, then at the bull. He was surprised. Meanwhile, in the guild, the girl met with unusual creatures. They began to discuss Tetsuya, Mech, and Lineia. The unusual creatures were very surprised when they heard what kind of task the guys went on. They started discussing Tetsuya's abilities. 2 more creatures in suits appeared behind the girl. They asked the guys to look into the distance, and after doing this, the guys were very surprised. Tetsuya appeared on the territory of the city. He was carrying a huge black bull. Mech and Lineia were sitting on the bull. The unusual creatures began to discuss Tetsuya. Tetsuya and the girls ended up in the back guilds. They were sitting at a table. The surrounding people loudly discussed Tetsuya's success. One of the guild members said that Tetsuya had completed the task, but continued to be sad. Unusual creatures approached the guys with beer mugs and began to congratulate Tetsuya on his victory. They also wanted to sit at Tetsuya's table. The guys found themselves at the table. They began pouring the drink into mugs and discussing that Tetsuya should celebrate his victory. Tetsuya nervously said that he was worried about the commotion he had caused in the guild. The girl was discussing something with the guild members. Several workers found themselves in front of the Black Bull. Several creatures appeared next to Tetsuya. The creatures rushed to Tetsuya and began thanking him for the material provided. Tetsuya was scared to accept praise from others. Tetsuya looked at the joyful creatures. Then he remembered himself from another world. Tetsuya began to smile and thank those around him. Tetsuya looked at Mech. She raised her paws up and started shouting that despite the troubles, this mission is considered a success. Lineia lay next to the chair and admired Mech's energy. Mech was saying something and started running away. Then Mech was picked up by someone. The blonde girl held a Mech in her arms and said that she would control Tetsuya's missions. Mech began to get indignant. The girl handed Mech some papers. Mech began to study them and realized that this was a check for the expenses incurred by the guild. Symbols fell on Mech. She was holding a receipt in her hands and began to nervously shout that they had gone into negative territory because of this mission. The surrounding people tried to calm Mech down. The action is transferred to the cave of Samaki. It is knocked out inside a huge rock. Small plants can be seen along its walls. They are rare, but capable of growing on a sheer bare wall. The hero stands with his sword raised against a huge creature that looks very much like a mole. The hero wonders to himself why it should be him. The monster is preparing to attack the hero. At one point, a huge mole nevertheless decides to attack and moves towards the hero. The same one immediately raises his sword over his head and thinks about why exactly he got such a mission. While the hero is fighting monsters, a girl with long black hair is running near him, holding a basket that looks more like a box, as well as a bear that runs around the cave and screams that he needs to find as many mushrooms as possible. Then the hero turns to his companions and says that the quest was quite difficult. The young man is relieved to put his rather sharp sword in his scabbard. A tired but satisfied smile appears on his face. The bear continues to collect mushrooms and tells the hero to remember his recent quests, and then adds that they always have a lot of work. At the moment of these words, obvious displeasure is expressed on the bear's face. The hero turns in his direction and says that if you remember their recent quests, namely, the destruction of the goblin nest, the victory over the big slime and the destruction of the kobolds, etc., the hero continues to list all their tasks. The bear, in response, only says with displeasure that despite the fact that they can complete a more difficult mission, they are not given very attractive tasks. The hero only looks at the bear with incomprehension and some surprise. The animal then says that even though they worked so hard, they were still given equipment that was not of the first grade. At the moment of these words, the bear falls from a hill while trying to pluck a mushroom from it. The hero begins to look at the sword, which he was given to complete the task, quite carefully. The young man begins to think that the bear may be right. Thick black hair covers the upper part of the guy's face. Then the hero is mentally transported to the city. In a huge and magnificently decorated building, someone is shouting indignation and indignation. Their owner is clearly unhappy about something. There is a wooden box on the floor of the room, which contains shoes and clothes. Someone says these are guild items. Then a female voice adds that she applied for it because someone was always dressed haphazardly. The girl with blonde hair says it's not that expensive. The hero answers her that he did not have to do this, but then he thanks her for her kindness. The moment the hero saw things, he looked quite surprised. Suddenly, a bear climbed into a box with clothes and shoes, asking if there were any weapons there. The girl replies that, unfortunately, there is no such thing. At the moment of these words, her voice sounded sad and confused. The bear, hearing this, immediately flared up and menacingly asked if they would be without weapons. The girl, leaning towards the bear to be on the same level with him during the conversation, says that a recent incident caused a delay in deliveries. Suddenly, someone else comes into the room. In an instant, a fairly good sword flies into the hands of the hero. The hero looks in surprise at the sword that flew into him, and then begins to study it carefully with his eyes. This one turned out to be a rooster. He said right from the doorstep that it was a gift, and since it was too small for such a majestic figure as a rooster, therefore he did not need it. The hero, recovering from his surprise, asked the unexpected guest if everything was exactly in order. The rooster replied to the hero so that he would not worry about it and use it for its intended purpose. As a result, the hero thanked his friend for such an unexpected surprise in the form of a combat sword. Suddenly, the hero turned back, hearing the screams of the bear. He clung to the girl, shouted that he realized that these were good things. The bear also shouts, thanks for the fact that the girl allowed them to use them. The hero, along with his interlocutors, looked discouraged at the scene unfolding in their eyes. They all absolutely did not understand what was going on here. Then the action returns to the present. The hero and his companions continue to collect mushrooms. The hero, noticing that his companions are shirking from work, says that if they helped him with picking mushrooms, he would not mind. The hero then asks his teammates to finish this quest faster, as he wants to pay off the debt as soon as possible. At the moment of these words, the bear is lying on the stone dungeons, and the girl is crawling on all fours like a real cat. Then the action is carried forward for some time. The bear approaches the box, which is already full of mushrooms. He looks slightly outside the box and says that they will finally finish this quest. The hero looks seriously at the companions and says that now they just have to carry these mushrooms. In response, the bear hung on the box and thanked everyone for their hard work, and then added that he and the girl would carry the mushrooms, and Tetsuya would protect them from monsters. The bear then adds that it was a pretty easy mission, as it was a small cave that didn't have a single monster in it. The heroes continued to move forward through the cave. The bear, sitting in a box with mushrooms, continues his hurdy-gurdy, that there is not a single monster on the way back. Then the bear tells the hero that he wants to take on a more difficult mission. They continue their advance through the cave. The sound of the hero's boot heels is heard. Suddenly, the hero notices something. As a result, when the heroes go out into the open space in the cave, the hero asks his companions to wait. The hero looks up and sees in front of him a huge stone altar on which a tied man is sitting blindfolded. The hero loudly asks the man what is going on here. Then he asks if there is anyone else here. Then the hero looks at the altar in horror and again wonders what is going on here. The bear assumes that this is an altar for summoning demons. When the hero notices that the platform starts to glow, he will stipulate that he must help the man. The bear asks him not to come close. Suddenly, the man's face and body begin to fall apart in half, and a huge hand breaks out of him. The hero looks blankly at the scene in front of him, because as a result, a huge black creature broke out of the man's body. The heroes conclude that the creature is an enemy, and they need to prepare for battle. The heroes find out that this is a great demon who has his own special name, namely Beelzebub. Beelzebub is a demon living in the demon world, and his level is extremely high. The hero says that he did not think that demons were so much superior to humans in terms of level. The bear thinks that he does not understand where such a strong and dangerous demon came from here. At this time, the demon begins to slowly approach the heroes to attack them. The bear explains that all those who have been summoned from the demon world have a weakness, namely that they need time to regain their strength. The monster begins to shout towards the heroes that no one has survived the meeting with him yet. Then the demon rushes into the attack with the words that they can start a battle. He strikes his mighty blows at the hero, but he deflects every blow of the monster. When the demon decides to attack the hero again, his companion joins the fight, who turns into a cat. The girl pushes the monster back with her powerful paw, while making a loud growl. But suddenly, the cat notices something is wrong. Namely, it was that the demon grabbed her by the paw, with which she tried to push him away from the hero. As a result, the monster pulled the cat back by the paw with great force, which she did not like very much. But the monster did not plan to let her go so easily. The hero continued to attack the monster, striking him blow after blow, trying to hit him in the heart. The cat, caught off guard, flew back with great force. Then the demon's paw reached out towards the hero. The monster's hand was just huge, and it was hard to believe that the hero would be able to defeat this monster. While the cat continued to fly back, the hero prepared to strike a new blow at the monster. The young man raises his sword over his head and screams quite loudly at the same time. Then the hero still delivers his powerful blow to the demon who got out of the underworld. At the moment of this blow, the hero's face is quite tense, and he is quite determined to defeat the monster. But in response to this, the demon only grins with displeasure. The hero realizes that his blow had no effect on the monster. Then the hero shouts at Lineia to move away. The hero shouts this to the cat for a reason. He's come up with a new plan, the result of which should be at least damage to the monster's armor. Then, the hero uses the acid pool spell on the demon just at the moment when Lineia has already managed to get a decent distance from the hero's fight with the demon. This has already begun to anger the demon, and he began to grin even more. The hero looks disappointed at the monster right in front of him. He then examines the demon's armor and concludes that even the acid bullet spell is absolutely useless against this demon. Suddenly, the monster begins to pull its huge paw towards the hero, which is about to touch the hero. He can only stand silently in a stupor from the fact that now this monster will kill him. But at the right moment, a cat appears, which pulls the hero out from under the blow. At the moment when the cat managed to pull the hero out from under the blow of the powerful paw of the demon, the hero woke up from his stupor and was able to launch a fireball at the demon. The demon begins to reflect the fireball spell sent by the hero. The monster swings its mighty paws and dispels every spell. But the hero does not give up and continues to attack the monster of the underworld. But suddenly, the hero is visited by some inexplicable feeling of fear and horror. A demon breaks through the barrage of his spells and begins to approach the hero and the cat, who try to save the hero from the attacks of the demon. As a result, the demon managed to reach the hero and strike the young man on the torso. Then, the hero and the cat still manage to distance themselves from the demon at a decent distance. The bear shouts advice to them that they need to keep their distance from the monster. The demon gets excited and prepares to attack the heroes again. The young man turns to the bear with the question of whether he has any ideas. The bear also asks the hero if he can use a spell called Meteorite. The hero says that it would be better if the ceiling of the cave were higher. Suddenly, the hero notices that something is wrong with his hand. Dark smoke begins to emanate from it. That black smoke exudes a very unpleasant smell, which confuses not only the hero of his comrades, but also the demon himself. The bear suggests that this black smoke is a curse. Lineia faints because of the fetid smell. The demon, on the other hand, determines by the smell of smoke who summoned him. The hero looks at the demon in surprise, while he says that he was summoned by Kisame. As a result, the monster becomes enraged and screams at the whole cave that he will erase the bastard of the abyss from this world and will not leave any fragments of his soul. He also shouts that he will destroy Kisama's creature with all his might and is released. The heroes are confronted by a demon in its even more terrible form. The bear says that the fact that the monster used the release, it allowed him to lift the power limit for a certain time. The bear says that the monster is going to use something serious. Then the monster uses its roar to create a huge and powerful energy ball. The hero, looking at this, thinks that he will not be able to stop the demon. As a result, he asks the bear not to let go of the cat, and then throws them back. At this time, the demon uses a dark explosion spell. His energy roar was quite powerful. The hero is right in the path of the demon's spell flight. The young man tries to cover himself with his hand to protect himself from him. A spell of great power demolishes everything in its path, leaving nothing alive along the way. A huge tornado of energy is unfolding in the cave. The bear and the cat are sitting on a hill and carefully examining the trench that was formed as a result of the demon's spell. The bear doesn't understand what it was. Then the bear turns his gaze to a huge hole in the wall and begins to call loudly and desperately for the hero. The bear continues to examine the huge hole in the wall of the stone cave. The bear still continues to wonder what happened. He doesn't understand how this could happen. The bear clutches the cat tightly in its small paws and continues to wonder what happened to Tetsuya. Stone dust is flying around. Suddenly, a huge and powerful figure of a demon appears from this stone dust. He growls loudly and angrily. He has huge black wings on his back. Thick and hot steam is coming out of the monster's mouth. Thick and hot steam is coming out of the monster's mouth. Suddenly, the monster notices a bear and a cat sitting nearby. Noticing the heroes, the monster immediately calls out to them. At this moment, goosebumps run down the bear's back. The bear thinks that the monster is already quite close to them. At this moment, the bear's body is shrouded in cold sweat. He's afraid of what this demon might do to them. But to the great relief of the bear, a huge monster walked past them with a cat. But the cold sweat didn't stop running down the bear's back. The hero just fell into an extraordinary surprise and perplexity as to why the monster did not touch them. Then the bear thought that they should follow where the demon went. The cat was still in the same state of fainting and looked more like a corpse than a living being. As the demon continued its progress through the cave, The bear followed him backwards and tried to figure out where the monster had gone after all. He walked and walked along the tunnel, which he himself had done with his spell. The bear was still following him and thinking to himself how deep he had made this hole in the rock mass of the cave. The monster kept walking and walking, and the bear followed him. Suddenly, the demon froze, examining something. The bear stopped after him. An unusual picture appeared before the bear's eyes. He had never expected to see such a thing. The monster cursed loudly from what he saw, namely from the fact that in front of him was a man dressed in armor and at the same time flattened into the wall. A huge winged creature was carefully examining this picture. The bear also carefully examined this man, hanging or rather glued to the wall. He was thinking that he had never expected to meet a knight here. Then the bear had a question about how the knight could be here, and then suggests that it could be Tetsuya. The hero is flying in some kind of incomprehensible space. He does not understand at all what kind of place this is and suggests that he is drowning. The young man is surrounded by a substance somewhat similar to water. Tetsuya does not understand what could have happened to him. He thinks that he has already left this mortal world. But he immediately has a question about where he is going anyway. Suddenly, a bony hand begins to reach out towards the hero. The hero does not understand who she is, and even more so, what she is doing here. The owner of this hand turned out to be a skeleton dressed in a long sweater and an equally long skirt. The hero wonders if he just passed away or went to hell after all. The skeleton immediately gives Tetsuya the answer to his question. He says it's not hell at all. It's the abyss. Then, the skeleton also adds that this world is isolated from reality. Saying these words, the skeleton sinks into the abyss with the hero. The young man is surprised that the skeleton is able to say something about a famous heretic, which rather surprises Tetsuya. Then the skeleton informs the young man that the king is already waiting for him. Suddenly, not far from the hero and the skeleton, someone's huge eye begins to open. The closer the hero and the skeleton get to him, the wider someone's eye opens. This sight is both frightening and fascinating. By a certain point, Tetsuya still notices a huge eye that is looking directly at him. The hero does not understand what is happening and where this eye came from. Then the hero notices a spiral on his arm, which begins to move. This shocks the hero quite a lot. The skeleton says that the bastard of the abyss will disappear from this world, the abyss and the pattern of this curse. The hero continues to stare at his hand in disbelief, and then asks the skeleton a question about what this eyeball pattern means and what kind of annoying curse it is, as well as who the abyss is. At the moment of these questions, the hero with the skeleton continues to dive deeper and deeper, and the huge eye still continues to follow them. Then the position of the eye begins to change, thus expressing the emotions of its owner. The skeleton also begins to change its positions in time with the movements of the eye. This scene looks quite strange and slightly funny. The hero eventually turns to the skeleton with a question about what he is doing. The skeleton, hearing this question, looks at the young man uncomprehendingly. At the same time, the skeleton floats with its arms raised up. Then the skeleton continues to look at the hero in surprise and asks him if he doesn't hear the king's voice. The young man does not understand what voice the skeleton is talking about, and then asks him if he's talking about a huge eyeball. The skeleton anxiously turns to the huge eye and asks him with a look what is happening now. Then the eye begins to say something to the skeleton. The same one responds that it is against the schedule and begins to say something about the whole situation. Then the skeleton turns to the hero and says that he is asking his forgiveness for something. The hero looks at the skeleton uncomprehendingly. If the young man did not really understand what was going on here before, now he is completely confused about what is happening. Then the skeleton says that it was quite unexpected for him. The hero still looks at the skeleton with complete incomprehension. The hero does not understand at all what is happening here. The hero continues to dive somewhere with the skeleton. He asks the creature what was so unexpected for him. Suddenly, the look of the huge eye becomes worried, even to some extent frightened. Here, the very huge demon begins to appear under the hero's feet, which in fact sent him to this incomprehensible, even to some extent creepy place. The hero doesn't understand what this demon is doing here. The hero continues to stare in surprise at the monster under his feet. He still doesn't understand what this monster is doing here. The eye behind the young man's back looks at the uninvited guest with irritation, malice, and special seriousness. On the face of the skeleton, there is an outright misunderstanding. The monster continues to approach the hero in the abyss world. The hero says that the situation is not very good. In the present, the demon strikes with all his might with his mighty fist at the Iron Knight, who is already flattened into the wall. But the demon, with his powerful and rather strong blow, drives the armor even harder into the wall. Behind him stands a dumbfounded and surprised bear. He doesn't understand what this monster is doing. Then the bear rushes at the enemy, shouting that he should not do this because Tetsuya is inside this armor. The demon did not expect that some kind of bear would try to stop him. Feeling that someone was clinging to him, the monster immediately turned his head to see who dared to interfere with him. Then, with one simple movement of his powerful and very powerful paw, the monster will throw away Comrade Tetsuya. The bear flew screaming in the opposite direction from the demon. As a result, the animal ended up on the cold stone floor of the tunnel, having failed to help a friend who was right now inside the armor that was driven into the stone wall. Having come up with nothing better, the bear, being behind the monster, began to shout to a friend who was in armor that if he was alive, then let him immediately open his eyes. The hero still continued to be in the world of the abyss. He didn't understand at all what was going on right now. The skeleton explains to the hero that everything he sees now is happening to him and his body in the real world. The skeleton then adds that this crude thing, meaning the demon, keeps the hero in the real world. Tetsuya also asks the skeleton if the demon is not trying to send him to the next world. The skeleton does not respond to this. He just hovers in front of the eye, trying to come up with a plan how they can convey to the hero the knowledge that he simply needs. As a result, the skeleton says that you need to do everything pretty quickly. The skeleton informs the hero that he is sorry that this time they don't have time to tell the hero everything he needs, but the king will tell the hero he is theirs. The skeleton also adds that he wants the hero to know that he and the king want him to live. Other bony hands begin to reach out towards the skeleton and the hero, and the skeleton, addressing the hero, asks him to fight a demon who is trying to break into the world of the abyss and destroy the hero himself. As a result, the king gives the hero the information he needs, and he turns to the skeleton with the question of whether he really means that Tetsuya will become stronger and come to life if he absorbs the corpses. The hero wonders how the skeleton knows everything. The creature apologizes and says that the hero should hurry up. The hero looks down with some disgust and says that everything is happening somehow fast and early, and asks the skeleton and the king to wait. Then the hero, looking at the skeletons that continue to pull their hands towards him, notices something strange. He draws attention to the fact that these are human skeletons, and they are wearing clothes from his world. The skeleton continues to rush the hero, saying that they don't have time at all. The hero also has a question about why these creatures help him. Tetsuya then remembers his comrades who stayed in the real world and thinks that he should return for their sake, because if he does not return, then his close comrades may suffer. The hero begins to absorb corpses and thus increase his strength level, at the same time plunging into a kind of trance. The hero wonders if he should use his skill on them, but at this moment he faces a moral choice, because if he does, he will become an intermediary in the Temple of the Dead. Suddenly, the bear's voice, coming from the real world, breaks out of the hero's trance. He shouts loudly in the direction of the demon, who continues to strike at the armor in which the hero's body is located, so that he no longer harms his disciple. When the demon completely ignored the bear's order, the bear switched to a pleading tone, begging the monster to let Tetsuya go. When the request did not lead to anything useful, the bear decides to come in from the other side and try to wake Tetsuya up again. Then, the bear rushes back towards the demon and starts hitting him on the leg, shouting at him not to ignore him. The hero, being in the world of the abyss, hears the screams of a bear. He doesn't understand why his friend is shouting such words. It remains a mystery to him. Then the hero suggests that the bear wants to save him. Tetsuya is quite surprised by this. As a result, the hero decides to focus and escape from the world of the abyss into his real world. As a result, the hero firmly decides for himself that he must fight for the sake of his comrades. He begins to swim in the opposite direction from the skeleton, intending to break out into the real world. The skeleton looks after the hero contentedly. Tetsuya begins to approach the huge crowd of corpses, intending to devour them. Rushing towards them, the hero thinks that he is going to disobey the teachings of his master. He also wonders if he would be disappointed if he found out about it. But then the hero thinks that the situation is critical now. As a result, the hero concludes that in this situation, the only way out is for him to absorb corpses. At this moment, in the real world, the bear stands up to protect the armor in which Tetsuya's body is located. He tries his best to protect them from the demon. The monster continues to approach the bear, which is literally hanging from the armor driven into the wall. The bear screams to the monster that even with such a body, he will protect Tetsuya. And then the bear adds so that the demon does not even dare to touch his disciple. The demon completely ignores the bear's words and is going to strike his most powerful blow at the armor again, including the bear, who protects them with his whole small body. The fist begins to approach the bear and the armor, but suddenly the demon's face expresses obvious bewilderment and misunderstanding. The arm of the armor was able to stop the monster's powerful blow. The bear still continues to tremble. At the moment when the armored hand intercepted the monster's fist, Tetsuya Knight's eyes opened and began to emit a bright white light. While Tetsuya continued to hold the monster's fist, the bear came out of his stupor and looked at the revived Tetsuya in surprise. As a result, the demon flies away from Tetsuya and the bear, who woke up from sleep on his huge and powerful wings. Suddenly, dark smoke begins to emanate from the hero's body. Because of this, the demon's face begins to express undisguised surprise and even fear. The bear, sitting in the hero's arms, loudly wonders what kind of black smoke is starting to come from the hero's body. The demon feels that Tetsuya has become much stronger. Saying these words, the demon raises his hand high above his head to strike a new blow at the hero. Then he still strikes a blow about the hero, calling him the bastard from the abyss. But the monster's fist does not manage to reach the hero's face, because the hero's fist hits his face with great force first. The hero is quite angry because he dared to harm his comrades. But after this blow, the black smoke surrounding Tetsuya dissipates, and the bear looks at the hero with surprise and concern. The bear is tormented by the question of why the hero was resurrected and why with renewed vigor. The hero himself is in a semi-fainting state. The bear is very worried about his student. Then the hero gathers his strength and strikes the demon again with a fairly powerful blow. That blow turned out to be so powerful that the monster was dragged a huge distance forward. Or rather, the demon was carried away from the tunnel, which he himself created. As a result, the monster was slammed into the wall. In complete incomprehension, he began to look towards the hero, who had raised his level quite a lot and was able to throw the highest demon over such a huge distance. Then the hero began to slowly approach the demon, intending to completely take his life. Rage boiled in the hero's blood because the monster tried to send him to the next world, as well as because he dared to hurt his comrades. Then the demon draws attention to the hero's hand, on which the image of the eyeball is located. It is then that the demon realizes that the hero has gained accursed power. As a result, the hero decides to use his most powerful spell. He puts his tattooed hand to his face, and at the same moment a similar eye opens on his face. Then the hero's body slowly begins to turn black. He begins to be absorbed by dark energy. The demon is quite shocked by this transformation of the hero. The eye that was once on the hero's hand, and now located on his face, begins to change its position, expressing emotions and coming to life. It makes the demon pretty angry. By the time the hero has almost completed his transformation, the demon decides to attack him. When making his attack, the demon calls the hero a bastard from the abyss. The moment the monster's fist touched the hero's face, the black transformation dissipated. It began to retract back into the tattoo on the hero's arm. He was standing motionless at that moment, not even moving. The hero then looked contemptuously at the demon's fist, which was dangerously close to his face, and then continued to draw the dark energy back into the tattoo. Then a huge and powerful column of dark energy bursts out of the tattoo on the hero's arm, which is directed straight towards the demon and lifts him high into the air. There were a huge number of bony hands in this stream of dark energy. They dealt many crushing blows to the demon's body. The monster did not understand where these hands and the powerful blows they delivered came from. Then the hero decided to change the trajectory of his punches. The demon did not understand who the hero really was. As Tetsuya continued to strike at the monster, it finally realized that it was the power of the King of the Abyss. The hero continued and continued to deliver his powerful blows, but suddenly the hero was visited by some strange feeling. Then the demon, having received another blow to the face from the hero, thought that he did not feel even 1% of his strength. In an instant, the demon moved away from the hero to a decent distance, and then launched something towards the hero, raising huge clouds of dust, and then loudly said that he would grind the hero to powder right now. At the same moment, the demon used the dark explosion technique. A huge ball of energy caused by the demon headed towards the hero. From the outside, it seemed that after such an attack, nothing alive should remain, including the hero. The monster was hovering over the place where it had only recently launched a huge and powerful stream of energy. He hovered, waiting for the fact that he had won after all. Thick steam was coming out of the demon's mouth. He hoped with all his being that he had managed to defeat the hero. But what was his surprise when he saw that the hero was standing as if nothing had happened in the clouds of dust? There was no limit to his surprise. He shouted that the bastard from the abyss was still alive. Suddenly, chains began to entangle the demon's entire body. This causes the monster great surprise. And then he remembers that his limitation is slowly but surely starting to come back and act. Then he turns towards the hero and realizes that he is still firmly on his feet, and that with the restriction he will definitely not be able to defeat Tetsuya. Because of this, the demon starts to get angry and finish with the hero as soon as possible. As a result, the demon launches a stream of energy of great power into the hero again, hoping to end the fight with the hero in this way. The flow of energy was so powerful that a large amount of stone chips and clouds of dust were covered from the place where the blow fell. Then the demon decided to climb to an even higher altitude to make sure from there that there was nothing left of the hero after such a blow. But then the demon says that due to the fact that the hero's strength has increased decently after his resurrection, the monster will not be able to cope with him. Then the monster looks at the hero from above and screams that he, the bastard from the abyss, sooner or later, but he will leave this mortal world. The hero is not going to let the demon go so easily. He begins to collect a magic circle in his hand, which begins to form quite quickly. Then the hero looks up at the demon and tells him that he will definitely leave this world before himself. Then, abruptly and imperceptibly for the monster itself, something huge and black is formed above the demon, somewhat resembling a black hole. The demon, noticing this, goes into complete shock. He curses the bastard from the abyss. This something turned out to be a huge boulder, which descended on the demon with a loud roar, completely crushing it and most likely depriving it of any opportunity to get out into this world. Then the hero removes a huge boulder from the place where the powerful Devon of the highest level was only recently. As a result, instead of the great demon, there is an almost lifeless monster body in that place, more like a flatbread. The hero easily lifts a lifeless and heavy body on one hand. The hero looks at his enemy with utter disgust and contempt. The expression on the demon's face at that moment expresses a complete exit from reality. The eyes have fallen out of their sockets, and several teeth are missing. At the moment when the hero continues to deal with the demon, the hero's comrades come out of the cave. The bear carries a cat on its back, and also holds a sword in its small paws. The bear can't figure out what's going on here. Then the bear starts peering at the place where the hero is fighting the demon and realizes that Tetsuya has managed to defeat the monster. Then the bear wonders if Tetsuya is okay. The hero, realizing that his mentor is watching him, turns to him and asks him for forgiveness for disturbing him, and then says that everything is fine now. Then the hero asks his mentor if everything is okay with the others. The bear, realizing that everything is definitely fine with the hero, is delighted and very happy about it. The bear literally has tears coming out of his eyes. He shouts Tetsuya's name loudly throughout the cave. As a result, the heroes return to the city in the evening. They talk about how they had a terrible day today. Besides, the mission failed. But then they realize that it wasn't their fault. The hero lies in the bathroom and says that he had many suspicions that he had encountered the devil. The bear nods in agreement. The bear then adds that in the end, all that was left of the demon was a charred potato. The bear then asks Tetsuya what kind of demon it was after all. He says that the guild seems to have conducted an inspection, but so far it does not know anything. But then the hero's mentor says that it's still good that they're not to blame in the end. But then the bear remembers something. He turns to Tetsuya and asks what happened to him when he fought the devil. The bear says that he thought that the hero had left this mortal world. Hearing these words, the hero became sad and wondered if he should tell his mentor about it. The bear, noticing this reaction, begins to look at the hero uncomprehendingly. Tetsuya then begins to say that he really doesn't understand how he could have survived because of the curse placed on him. Then he adds that he won't know the answer now. The bear irritably says that this time it saved the hero's life. But at the same time, an unknown force is dangerous, and the bear also remembers that the demon also shouted something about this force. And then the bear remembers that the monster called the hero the bastard of the abyss. The bear thinks to himself that he doesn't understand anything himself. The bear then says that he would not rely on the curse. Then an idea comes to him. He asks the hero if he got the power that the devil used. The hero shows the bear a magic circle with information and answers in the affirmative. The bear asks the hero to use the devil's power on him to check if he can return to normal. The hero is surprised to ask the mentor if he can really use this power on others. The bear says he thinks it's possible. The hero raises it over his head and asks if it's not dangerous. The bear replies that everything will be fine, and even if the hero fails, nothing terrible will happen. As a result, the hero will still decide to try to use magic on his mentor, to try to return him to normal. Suddenly, after the hero uses a spell, something large falls into his bathroom, causing a huge wave of water. Something quite unexpected appears before the hero, which shocks him greatly. That something turned out to be the girl who ended up in his bathtub. She happily says that she thought so. The girl was dressed in pretty clothes. When she realized that she had managed to regain her body, her joy knew no bounds. She shouted joyfully that she was finally back. The hero continues to look at the girl in surprise, while she says that it has been 60 years since she was in this form. Then the girl runs up to the bathroom mirror and starts admiring herself. She admires her beautiful hair and neat facial features. She says she's just beautiful. Then the girl remembers that she is not alone in the bathroom. As a result, she turns to Tetsuya and asks him what's the matter. Then she asks if his master's appearance is so good that he got too excited. The hero continues to stare at the girl in surprise. He then says that he thought his mentor was a stuffed toy. The girl replies that this is her real body, not the body of a teddy bear. The hero explains that he thought so because the girl did not really like to move. She also explains that it was just hard for her to do it. Suddenly, the girl abruptly approached the hero and looked at him seriously. Then she started saying that she was in a good mood now and was glad that the guy had helped her. Tetsuya looked at the girl uncomprehendingly and decided to clarify what she was doing. The girl asks the hero if he remembers what she said in Death Valley. She then says that she said at the time that she would make him her own, and then clarifies if he really thought that was bullshit. The hero also reminds that a soft toy told him that. The girl continued, saying that she was serious and was now going to sign a couple's oath with the hero. She then adds that she doesn't care how long they're going to be there. The hero does not understand what she is talking about. Suddenly, the girl begins to bring her face closer to Tetsuya's face. She says she can just relax. The hero does not understand what she is doing. The girl says that her heartbeat is getting faster. Then he asks him not to worry so much, because she's going to give him her first kiss. But the moment the girl's lips touched the hero's lips, she turned back into a soft toy. As a result, the hero kissed the bear. Then he asked the girl to realize that she had reverted to her previous form. When the girl realized this, she fell into utter shock. The hero says that it looks like it will take him some time to use the demon's power again, since at his current skill level, the skill only lasts 2 minutes. As a result, the characters are sitting in the bathroom, and awkwardness is flying in the atmosphere. The ex-girlfriend thinks that even though she only returned the body for a long time, it was not enough for her. When the hero tries to say something, the toy asks him to shut up. Then, screaming that she is a bear again, the girl runs out of the bathroom. The hero looks at her in confusion in the light. When the girl is already hiding from the bathroom, the hero continues to stand in an awkward stupor. Then he says into the void that she shouldn't have run away. Then he remembers their kiss in the bathroom and says that there is absolutely nothing shameful here. The action is postponed for some time. The heroes are at the beginning of the quest in neutral territory. They are informed that they need to arrest the lizard man, the thief of corpses. The bull turns to the rib and says that now they will attack those whom his friend has cornered. And then he says that he will take care of them himself. Then the bull turns to the hero and tells him not to lose his head. He nods in agreement. Then the bull says that their goals have already arrived. At the moment when the lizardman runs out of the cave, the bull shouts to the heroes that this is their leader and they cannot let him go. Then the bull runs out to meet the lizardman and shouts to him that the most reward for his capture will belong to him. But, unexpectedly for the bull, he rounded the enemy and continued his advance further. The bull, realizing that he was able to get away from him, was very surprised. Suddenly, the hero flew over his head, riding on a cat, along with a bear. The bull, noticing them, shouted that they would not let the thieves get away. The hero continued his pursuit of the leader of the thieves. He keeps a close eye on his target. The bear shouts to the bull that if he had trusted them from the very beginning, then none of this would have happened. And then he tells Tetsuya that he has to arrest the lizardman. The hero decides to use the drawing thread. He uses this spell and throws the resulting threads towards the leader of the lizardman thieves. He immediately gets confused in them and looks at them with complete misunderstanding of what happened. The net completely entangles the thief's body. The hero looks at this picture a little confused and then apologizes to the bear for the fact that the lizardman almost escaped. Suddenly, someone calls out to the hero, and the hero turns around. He sees that the bull has also fallen into his net. The hero was very surprised at what his friend was doing in them. The bull orders the hero to stop sucking his health. Then the action is transferred to the city square. All the townspeople are on it. The heroes are in a building somewhere. The rooster says that they caught the whole team, and the bull claims that nothing would have happened without him. The rooster reminds him that he almost missed the point. The bull immediately pretends that he has nothing to do with it. Then the rooster says that their younger ones did well. Tetsuya thanks his friend for the praise. The bull, feeling envy, tells the hero not to show off. The hero apologizes to him. The rooster tells the bull that he screwed up and asks him to get behind the hero. The bull, feeling a threat to his authority in the team, tries to run over the rooster, but then the hero enters the conversation and asks them not to quarrel. He then adds that they wouldn't have made it if it hadn't been for the bull. The same one looks at the hero uncomprehendingly in response. Tetsuya continues, saying that this may seem like a mistake by the bull, but in fact, he taught them this way. Besides, the bull gave the hero a moment of glory. And then he ends up saying that even if the bull doesn't care about them, he still did a great job. The bull, flattered by so many compliments from the hero, encouragingly slaps him on the back, but with such force that it becomes difficult for the hero from such claps. Then the bull says that since the hero worships him so much, he will go on the next task with them. He asks him to watch and learn. The bear, standing nearby, thinks that the bull is completely naive. Then the bull says that when he gets a license, the hero will also obey him. Here a girl enters the conversation and asks the bull not to touch the hero. The bull answers her that everything is fine and that he will not do anything to him. The girl then wonders if their next assignment will be in Elven territory. The bull asks the girl not to be afraid because they won't leave until the evening anyway. The girl says that there are some problems in the territory of the elves now, so she asks them not to neglect the preparation. The bear listens attentively. Then the bear looks at the girl uncomprehendingly and asks her what problems mean in the territory of the elves. The girl replies that she doesn't know the details, but it looks like people are harassing them. The bear looks at the girl in shock. The rooster rubs his chin thoughtfully and says that aren't people on the verge of extinction and what is going on there at all? The rooster is asked if this is not a rumor. The girl says that they say that the appearance of the so-called brave men played a major role in this. The hero looks at the girl in fright at the mention of the brave men. The man standing behind the rooster clarifies whether this is a case of soldiers or their leaders. Here the bull enters the conversation and says that he doesn't care who, that as soon as he sees them, they will receive them immediately. The rooster says that, however, the war between humans and elves is something unusual. He says that his grandfather told him about what happened after such a war. The bear thinks to himself that that war was 60 years ago. The heroes talk about the Great War on their way to the place of their assignment. One of them says that about 60 years ago, there was a war in which the human species invaded foreign lands in order to seize territory. He then says that since humans had the largest army and territory in the whole world, they subjugated a large amount of territory in an instant. Then, when the heroes have already entered the elven territory, the rooster tells that they say that only the elves could completely prevent the invasion. The bear asks in surprise if only the elven commanders could compete with them. He is told that at that time the country was headed by the empress, who had just ascended to the throne. Everything about her — intelligence, magic, military tactics. The empress was a genius. He says that finally the surviving species came together and they were already able to fight back against humans. The bear, interested in the story about the empress, turns to the girl with a question of what else she knows about this empress. The girl replies that all she knows is that she was incredibly popular because of her beauty. Someone says that according to rumors, the empress screamed loudly and was quite short-tempered. In response to the words about short temper, the bear attacks the rooster, because that very empress is a plush toy. The rooster asks the bear not to be so angry. The hero looks at these two with surprise and bewilderment. Then a girl enters the conversation, who pulls the bear cub away from the rooster and says that the current empress of the elves is also very serious. Then someone says that it looks like people are causing a lot of problems right now. Then they add that if they are so strong now, then the front should also grow. Then the cat enters the conversation, who says that she wants them all to stop this war. Because of it, she and her comrades cannot travel safely. Everyone looks at the cat in surprise. To this, the bull replies to her that it is not so easy to finish. And then the rooster adds that it would be great if it could be done that way. Then someone says that if the war stops in this world, then all species will stop caring about the future or they themselves will not be able to cope with their future. He says that everyone will understand this when some upstart appears. This upstart can be either a hero or his worst enemy. Then the action is transferred to the hero. He trains with a sword on the edge of the mountain. He makes swings with a sword. For each swing of the sword, the hero says how many he has already made. At a certain point, the hero had already made 9,995 swings of the sword. The bear is sitting next to him and watching the hero. The hero notices the bear's upset appearance and asks why he is so sad. He then suggests that he is worried about the elven territories. The bear is flying in his thoughts. He's thinking about the brave. Then he thinks that now hardly anyone is able to summon people from another world. But this is just a rumor. Then the girl in the form of a teddy bear thinks that people are really strong, and therefore with difficulty. But they will win. Then she turns to the hero with the words that she is very worried and hopes that nothing will happen to him. The hero continues to train and thinks that they say that the appearance of the so-called brave men played a major role in this. Then the hero remembers old acquaintances from his past and thinks that this is definitely connected with them somehow. Then the bear says that she should also prepare to be as confident as possible. Then the bear asks the hero if he has finished training with a sword. The hero answers in the affirmative. Then the bear suggests trying to use the dark explosion. The hero says that the city is located quite close here. But the bear responds that, since the explosion will become the main skill of the hero, it is worth training. The hero says that the girl in the shape of a bear is right, but it's night, and it's not worth doing right now. The girl says that everything will be fine, and asks the hero to launch an explosion into the sky once. Then, when the hero begins to form a ball for an explosion, she adds that this should not be done with all her might. Then the hero concentrated and began to fill the already finished ball with energy. He began to cast the spell into the sky. As a result, when the ball was fully formed and pronounced the word explosion, then the hero was going to launch this spell into the sky. But he stopped. The bear asked what was wrong with him. The hero replied that he needed to be charged. As a result, the bear concludes that since the skill is still low, so it takes time to shoot, and it also takes time to use it in the same way as a demon. The hero continued to fill the ball with energy. Then he informed the bear that everything seemed to be coming out. Then the bear replied that then they could destroy the moon. When the bear gave the hero the command to shoot, he immediately fired. The shot made by the hero traveled a great distance in the dark night, starry sky. The hero stared after him in surprise. Then the hero says that his shot is not as strong as the shot that the demon made. The bear responds to this that in order to release all the power, you must first charge it. Suddenly, the hero hears strange sounds coming from the direction of the city. He turns in his direction and realizes that an alarm has been sounded in him. The hero suggests that she was announced because he took advantage of an explosion in the sky. The bear nods in agreement. The heroes hear shouts that everyone should return to the city. Then they hear information about an urgent message. This message says that all the elves of Maestros must go to the guild, and also the news has arrived that the elven lands are in danger. Then someone in the city says that the elven lands are in danger and that a crisis regime has been declared. Many are wondering what could have happened next to Maestros. All elves are told to get ready. The hero approaches a huge crowd of elves. He hears that the elves will be informed when they are fully assembled and fully ready. The hero decides to cheer up the elven people and tells them that everything is fine with the situation and that they will be able to defeat the people. In response, the bear calls the hero a fool and says that humans are too strong, and if the elves relax, they will be defeated. Suddenly, someone asks the hero to go on a reconnaissance mission to check the situation. The hero looks at the speaker uncomprehendingly, and when he sees that a huge number of elves are going to scout with him, he says that a small number of people are being sent to scout. Then the hero begins to make his way through the crowd of elves and suddenly notices something. The hero sees a girl wrapped in only a towel and hears that she says that she asks all the elves who are not participating in the mission to go and get ready in the place she points to. She then says that they all need to get in touch with the attendants quickly and familiarize themselves with the guild's plan. The hero looks at the girl in surprise and thinks that it was all so urgent that she didn't even have time to get dressed. Suddenly, the girl is asked to explain specifically what happened, that someone turned out to be a bear. He was told that Takahashi and his friends were working on it now, and that they would return later as soon as they found out. In response, the bear jumps on the girl, shouting that they can detain them and that they are ready for this fight. Then the bear stubbornly asks the girl to tell about the current state of the territory of the elves. After hearing these words, many people have a question about whether the elven land is a credit to the bear. A deer standing nearby looks at the crowd in fright and thinks about what they are doing at such a tense moment. The bear does not plan to lag behind the girl. He asks her to give him her board, which should definitely contain information about the state of the elf lands. The girl objects, saying that this is a magical thing that only the owner can handle. As a result, the bear, hanging with all its weight on the towel in which the girl was wrapped, removes it from her. The hero, noticing this, does not understand what a bear is doing. The girl shyly covers herself with her hands, and then continues to calm the top, to which she is told to get dressed in the end. The bear gets a powerful slap on the back of the head, which literally gives his head the most strange shape. A cat gave him a similar slap on the head. The girl continues to say that if everyone is already gathered in the guild, then she will begin to explain their plan. She asks for a card. She then explains that it will display the current status of the elf lands. The girl continues, saying that as a result of the investigation, 3 castles fell due to the invasion of the human race, and it is also believed that this led to the loss of more than half of the territory of the elves. He then says that the next target of the humans will be Braxel Castle, but humanity is very far from this castle, so the invasion there is still in question. Here the elf enters the conversation and says that the capital is right behind him, and if this castle falls, something very irreparable will happen. The bear is trying to say that why the elves belittle themselves so much. He says that if they defeated humanity then, they will win now. The girl, listening to the words of the bear, says that she does not think that anyone can defeat her in such a small territory that she knows so well. Then the bear wonders what's going on with humanity in the end. The girl replies that it is believed that the current human race has a power superior to that of the beast. The bear asks again if the girl really wants to say that the man-beast was sent to the next world by people. The girl replies that it was difficult to get information, then that the human territory and the lands of the Fangs are not connected in any way. As a result of repeated investigations, it is highly likely that this was an invasion of the human race. She then says that all current missions should be cancelled now, and everyone should be returned to their homeland. Then she turns to the elves, saying that she understands everything, but now they have to return to their hometown. Then she and the deer say that we must not forget that the human race has an unknown power, and that they will have a hard time if they decide to stay. The hero, hearing these words, is very tense. Then the girl asks everyone to beware of the creatures called heroes. At these words, Tetsuya clenches his teeth in anger. Then the action is transferred to the castle of the elves. There, each elf is sent to the next world one by one. The castle is destroyed and covered with a huge number of elf corpses. In the midst of this house, a girl walks through the castle, dressed in a long and beautiful cloak. Then, she walks up to the huge doors of the throne room. When she enters it, she sees a young man sitting on it and 2 knights protecting him. She wishes good luck to their heroes. The young man sitting on the throne tells his subordinates to proclaim only victory and nothing else. The girl, entering the throne room, apologizes to the young man for having to defend the castle before her arrival. Then the girl summons a magic circle. As a result, she says that now it's time for slaves to work. She says that now the beastmen will defend the castle. The girl explains that they have them now, although it took a lot of time to create them. She says that thanks to Oshima, they now have a lot of slaves, and this means that they will have less trouble finding pawns. Then she turns to the young man and tells him that if necessary, he can take a couple for himself. He says it's all thanks to a girl named Hiroshi, but his soldiers are getting fewer and fewer, so they should start moving out. The girl is surprised that the young man is just going to start. The same one answers her that he will destroy the elves and capture the next territory. The girl says that the young man is quite a serious person. The girl adds that the others are just enjoying life in this world and thanks the young man for his enthusiasm. The young man asks the girl to be silent. He says he's just going to end this land grab. Hiroshi says that the conquest of the territory is the goal for the return that the heroes set for themselves. As a result, the girl concludes that Master Takei wants to return to his world as soon as possible. Then the girl says, why shouldn't the hero cooperate with Tetsuya? In this case, since his skills, unlike the skills of a young man, are very useful when faced with large forces. In response, the hero asks the question, did the girl dare to compare him with Tetsuya? At this moment, the hero became very annoyed. As a result, the young man goes outside and cuts the castle into 2 parts. All his subordinates look at him with surprise and horror. The young man says that when he is compared to Tetsuya, he hates it. The young man says that the hero is the weakest of the 4 from the very beginning and he is not going to let it go unpunished. He starts talking about the limit level, skills, status, and so on. He was tired of all this. Then the young man draws attention to the corpse of an elf lying not far from him. He lies in a pool of blood with a lifeless body. The young man is enraged by the sight of this elf and kicks him with all his might, and with such force that blood flies in all directions. He hits the corpse and screams that everything is driving him crazy and that he was thrown into this world. The young man says that then he will return to his world. He also says that he is going to send everyone to the next world. The action is again transferred to the city where the main characters stay. Everyone is trying to figure out the situation and figure out what they should do next. As a result, one elf says that it's time for them to go because they can't wait any longer and that they need to save their homeland. She also says that if they are lucky, they will be able to pin humanity to the ground with the help of their troops returning home. Suddenly, someone is addressing the elves. This one turned out to be a bear. The elf girl turns to him and asks what's the matter as they need to hurry. Then she says that if he needs her, he will need to do it quickly. The bear doesn't know what to say to him. He thinks to himself, what should he do now? He's trying not to be so helpless. The hero notices the bear's anxiety. As a result, he decides to address the audience himself. He asks if he can go with the girl to the land of the elves. The cat says that if the hero goes, then she will go too. Then the hero adds that he knows a good elf, so he is on their side. The bear, hearing these words, sheds tears of gratitude and happiness. The girl who manages the guild's tasks says she doesn't want to get involved in this. The hero says that he understands this perfectly well, but he asks the question, can't they do anything about it? The hero says that he is a simple first level, and the only reason he has advanced so far is because of the elves. That's why he's asking for permission to do the elves a favor in return. The hero thinks that the elf cannot be assigned to another place. The girl turns to the deputy head of the guild with a question on this topic. He starts to look away thoughtfully. He then says that if the elven territories are in trouble, the guild leaders will give them special permission to go there. As a result, he says that he will talk to the head of the guild, and then the hero will be on his own. The girl thanks him. The hero continues to stand in the bow position, and the girl says that now she has a special announcement. She addresses the hero with the words that, as a training mission, The hero and his comrade will be assigned to investigate the current situation in the territory of the elves. The hero and the bear are very happy about this. But then the girl says that there is one but. He continues by saying that at least a licensed guild member should be present with them as an overseer. She says this is a prerequisite if they want to serve in another territory on a temporary basis. The hero and the bear look at the girl in surprise. One of the elves says that the hero will not ask him to go with them. The girl standing next to him says that now they are fighting with a tribe of people, and therefore you never know when you may be betrayed. The elf says that generations have changed. Perhaps the hero was not to blame. But they have not forgotten about the war the people started 60 years ago. Then the elf adds that there is one thing that he will never forgive the hero. The hero is interested in what kind of thing it is. The elf says that the name the hero gave him is terrible and he will never accept disrespect. The bear is shocked by the statement. He is surprised that the elf could understand him. The hero whispers in his ear that if he releases him back to his original form, won't he be able to convince them? The bear says that they will decide that this is witchcraft, and a few minutes will not be enough to bring the crowd of elves to reason. He then says that he can't imagine what kind of chaos would ensue if his real identity was revealed. Then the bear thinks about what will happen if the guild finds out that she is not the messenger. Then the bear says that she is not registered in the guild, which means she will abuse her opportunities. She says that if this happens, it will be more than a training mission, and in the worst case, the hero will be expelled from the guild. Then the bear says that she is simply considered incompetent. Here the hero begins to worry about his future, and the future of the former empress of the elves. Then the bear comes up to one of the elves and asks about the companion. He is asked if she can introduce them to someone they can rely on. The young man replies that he would like to help them in some way, but in the current circumstances he is overloaded and cannot help them in any way. Then the bear turns to the hero and tells him that not many people have the nobility to accompany someone to a war zone in another territory. He remembers the rooster. But the hero tells him that all the graduates who could help them have moved on to the next task. The hero says he doesn't know what to do with them. But suddenly a bull comes up to them and says that they forgot something. He walks up to them and asks what it means. Then a question appears in his eyes because the characters begin to look at him strangely. Suddenly, the heroes loudly shout the word senpai, addressing the bull, who continues to stare at them uncomprehendingly. Then he asks what they need. The action is transferred to Braxel Castle. The heroes who arrived at the castle understand that this territory is occupied. The bull does not understand why the castle is guarded only by zombies. The characters don't understand what's going on here at all. The bear says that people return corpses in the form of zombies, and thus they increase their number. Then he says that if you look, there are no elf corpses among the zombies. Then you can conclude that they are most likely being used too. The bear then says that this is a terrible act that deserves to be punished. The bear says that's why he doesn't like people. Then the bear looks questioningly at the hero. Then, thinking that the hero is offended, he says that he is special. The hero thinks to himself that despite the apologies, he is still offended. Then the bear is interested in Lineia's well-being. He asks her about it because there might be people she knows here among the corpses. Then he tells the girl that the black and white one looks like Lineia herself. The girl replies that her face is not so covered with six, so it's not her friend. The bear is surprised by this answer. To this, the girl replies that it is she who transforms with the help of the skill, so she is offended. The bull tells the heroes to stop talking, because it's time for them to start. The bear nods in agreement. The bull says that in order to complete the task, he needs to look all the way to the capital, but due to the fact that this forest is too deep, he may get lost. As a result, he says that he can only use the route that includes the castle, but with this position, even this will be difficult to pull off. As a result, the bull says that he only needs to clear the road. The heroes look at their friend in surprise. Then the bull gives his thumb up and says that the heroes are very lucky that they have the same tasks. As a result, the bear and the cat sit on the back of the bull's neck and are going to move out to destroy monsters. But the bear stops them. The bull asks, uncomprehendingly, what the bear said there. Then the bull says that he's in charge of this team, so they should follow him. Then the bull thinks to himself that he has always dreamed of commanding. The bear nods in agreement, and then he asks the bull to listen to him. The bull agrees. The bear thinks how difficult it is for him with the bull. The bear then says that, In general, he agrees with the bull's plan. But he believes that they need to reduce the amount of supplies they need, since they may face another army in the future. The bull thinks to himself that if he defeats them all, he will become a hero. The bull then wonders if the bear has a plan. The bear says that he is sure that there is someone who controls these corpses. He says that if they find him and defeat him, the other zombies won't bother them. The hero thinks that he will still have to intervene. Then, the hero asks the bear the question of whether he can be a bait. He adds that, in his opinion, he is perfectly suited for this role. The bear looks thoughtfully at the hero. The bear says that he allows the hero to be the bait, and then says that the others must get inside. The bull is wondering what about him. The bull keeps pointing at himself. The bear says that it is already clear what he will do in this operation. He says that his task is to destroy the boss. The hero says that he relies on the bull. He melts and gets motivated from these words. Then he says he will protect them all. Then the heroes decide to set off on a journey to liberate the territory. The bear says that the heroes can trust him with the way of penetration. The hero then creates a magic circle and then creates a fireball in his hand. The hero is going to disperse a crowd of zombies. Zombies walk around the perimeter of the castle and the territory and are not going to let anyone into their territory. Suddenly, one of the zombies hears some noise and turns around. It is at this moment that the spell arrives at him. Then the same spells begin to fly towards the rest of the zombies. The hero attacks each zombie, trying to destroy them all. He rained fire on his enemies. Corpses burn, but they don't feel the fighting. They rise after falling under the hero's spell. Then the hero begins to attack the burning corpses with a sword, cutting each one down. The hero swings his sword over and over again. Suddenly, he is attacked from behind by a dead beastman in armor, and covered from head to toe with fire. The hero manages to deflect his blow. He confronts the monster, but he has no plans to retreat. As a result, the hero decides to use another spell on him, which spins the monster into a whirlpool out of thin air. The hero's face is focused at this moment. Suddenly, a hand appears from the ground, behind the hero. Following the hand, another living corpse is picked out of the ground. He grabs the hero's leg. Following this monster, his comrades are chosen from the ground, which greatly shocks the hero. He doesn't understand how this could happen. Finding himself in an almost hopeless situation, the hero decides to use fire magic again and thus sets all the monsters on fire. They burn to the bone and stop living forever. The hero continues to get rid of the living corpses that attack him from all sides. Then the hero says that they surprised him quite a lot. Then he notices that more beastmen corpses have arrived. He shouts at them to gather everything at once. Meanwhile, the bull, the bear, and the cat make their way into the castle. One of them says they got in pretty easily. The bear replies that it's all because the hero is a good bait. The bull asks if the bear knows the elven castle too well. The bear asks him not to pay attention to it and suggests going further. Then he says that there will definitely be an army in the next room, so he suggests moving on. The bull is shouting for the humans to prepare for their attack. At this very moment, several knights and the corpses of beastmen come out to meet them. They don't understand how the heroes were able to get into the castle. The knight takes out a magic stone and the bear notices it. People shout that they will not give the castle to the heroes and then set zombies on the heroes. The bull says that he will deal with them and immediately begins to chop the living corpses into pieces. The bull cuts and slashes every zombie that comes under his axe. The cat covers the bull from the back, fighting off the zombies with its legs. The bull roars, saying that zombies are no match for him, but suddenly a huge monster comes around the corner. The bull notices him and manages to deflect the blow. While the bull deflects the blows of a huge zombie, he notices that there is no end to the living corpse. The girl also does not understand where they come from and why they are being attacked. The bear gets to the knight and shouts to Lineia that it is necessary to destroy this stone. The knight is trying to fight him off. The girl jumps onto the bull. He doesn't understand that the girl is doing this. At this time, the cat is watching the living corpses. At the moment when the knights are about to deal with the bear, Lineia begins to fly to his aid. She flies over the zombies and eventually manages to crush the stone lying on the knight's arm. It crumbles into pieces. The knight does not understand how this could happen. Then the action shifts to the hero, who continues to destroy living corpses. But suddenly, they start to disappear on their own. From this, the hero concludes that everything worked out for his comrades. The heroes who are in the castle rejoice in their victory. The bear says that the zombies will disappear from the outside of the castle. The bear stands proudly in the middle of the hall. The knights don't understand what just happened. They realize that they have lost everything. Then the knights put their swords blades forward and say that they will not forgive the heroes, so they can prepare to go to the next world. The operation was successful. The hero goes to the castle to his comrades. He finds them in this castle and wonders if they are all right. Bull says it was a piece of cake. He then asks the prisoners if they are lying. They reply that they have no reason to lie, and that everything they have told him is the pure truth. The hero asks his comrades what they are doing. The bear replies that they have decided to interrogate the remaining ones, but they are not much use. The bear then says that Tetsuya is quite different from these people. One of the prisoners, hearing these words, asks the hero why. If he is human, he is on the side of the elves and not humans. He says that if the hero is really human, then he should kill his comrades. To this, the bull tells the prisoner that Tetsuya is his subordinate, and therefore he will not do so. Then the prisoner wants to say something else, but then another thought comes to his head. He says that he has already seen the hero somewhere. He says that the hero is the one who was called from another world. The hero's comrades are shocked by this news, and especially the bear. The action also takes place in the castle. The prisoner says that he has already seen the hero somewhere, and then he says that Tetsuya is a man who was called from another world. Then the captured knight is surprised that the hero survived after that fall. The hero understands that the knight who threw him off the cliff then is this man. The prisoner says that he is not surprised that the hero sided with the elves. The hero's comrades, hearing that the knight is insulting Tetsuya, hit him in the face with all their might. The blow was so strong that the knight, along with his comrades, flies out of the castle window. The hero's comrades are just watching people fall down. The hero also goes to the broken window and watches the fall of his abusers. The bear does not understand how these people could say such a thing about his friend. The bull says that she will not forgive anyone who insults his subordinates. Tetsuya, on the other hand, looks at his comrades in surprise. They also look at him in response. Then the hero begins to say that everything the prisoner said is true, and apologizes for not telling about it. The bear thinks that this explains the sometimes strange behavior of the hero. The bear tells the hero not to pay attention to this, because he does not need to feel guilty about his past. It is important for them that you are with them now, that he is their comrade. The bear says that they have come a long way with him, and they know perfectly well what he is capable of, so the hero cannot worry. The hero thanks them for such words. The bear then adds that the hero knows too much, so he won't get away from them. Then the bear thinks to himself that it is difficult for him to believe that the hero was here in this way, so he decides to ask him. The bear asks the hero to tell about the other heroes who were sent here. The hero says that 6 people were called up with him. 4 of them are called heroes. The hero says that the highest level, 125th. Then the hero thinks about what happened to that girl in the end. At this time, the bear is thinking that according to the information taken from the interrogation, one hero is pulling the squad, and his level is 93. Then he thinks that if nothing is done, then the elves will have no future. This is too bad a situation. But then he thinks that if Tetsuya is with them, they can avoid it. The action is transferred to the capital of Pharasian. There is a girl standing on the castle wall. She's watching what's going on downstairs. Suddenly, the elf who is looking for her rises to her. The elf says she came to her with a report. That girl on the wall turned out to be Queen Saku. The queen asks the shogun to begin the report. The girl nods in agreement. She says that at the moment they have gathered all their strength, but they need 4 more days to fully gather. She says they are on time before people arrive. The elf continues, saying that now people are walking along the only open road in order to avoid disasters, but it will take more time. She also says that the verification unit has victims. The queen says that they need to tell the block to go deeper. They all lost because of the man called the hero. She says they have only one thing left. She says that all they have to do is gather all their strength and meet people properly. The elf says that here they can control their magic to the fullest, so she thinks they can handle the army. The queen looks sadly into the distance and then apologizes. saying that it's all because of her. The elf protests, saying that the queen is doing her best. To this, the queen says that she failed to keep the peaceful life of the people. Then the girl gathers her strength and asks the girl to tell everyone that the fate of the elves will be decided in the next battle, and asks her people to fight with dignity. As a result, the queen descends to her people and together with them begins to develop a plan to confront people. The mages are preparing for battle, as are the elven soldiers. The army of humans is slowly moving towards the lands of the elves, and at their head is a creepy young man. Then people finally reach the lands of the elves. The queen is informed of this. She is told that the army is heading in their direction, and it looks like they are not going to attack in parts. The queen says that then they will also meet them with all their might. The girl gives the command to the magic squad to get ready. The queen says that if they enter their territory, the elves will attack immediately. She says that the existence of the elves will depend on this battle. Suddenly, the queen is informed that something is going wrong. She is told that only one person is walking towards them. The queen, confused, asks what he is going to do. The girl assumes that the young man is playing the role of bait and decides to see his level, but she is caught by the height of the young man's level. She concludes that he is the hero. As a result, the queen orders to attack the guy with all her might. The girl tries to object the guy with all her might. The girl tries to object, but the queen says that we need to act now. As a result, everyone was ordered to aim at one person. And don't hit your own. The attack begins and the elves attack the young man. The enemy is covered by a hail of arrows. At first, it is not even visible because of the dust. But then it becomes clear that these arrows do not cause any harm to him. The hail of arrows does not stop, but the summoned person from another world continues to walk as if nothing had happened. He thinks about how he got sick of it all. Elven magicians are connected here. They're trying to stop the guy. They try their best, but the hero keeps walking and does not react to spells and arrows in any way. Then the elves decide to change tactics. The commander shouts that the magicians would not let the young man advance further. Suddenly, the main army of people enters the fight. Humans attack the elves before they have time to approach them. They are attacking them with all their might. None of them are going to back down. Living corpses attack elves. They bite off their body parts. At the same time, the head of the people continues to move forward. He doesn't pay any attention to the elven soldiers at all. The queen notices that the enemy is getting closer and closer. Then the queen decides to treat the soldiers. Suddenly, the commander notices movement from above. The head of the people decided to attack the queen, but her subordinate manages to put up a barrier against him. But the burden manages to break through the barrier. He lands on the ground with a loud crash. It gets up as if nothing had happened. The queen's subordinate is lying in blood not far from the young man. She tries to stand up and protect the queen, but she doesn't have the strength to do it. The young man finds the queen and asks if she is the leader of the elves. He says that if he sends her to the next world, then this territory will come to an end. He says he's very sorry that it was boring, and then decides to take the queen's life. But suddenly, he hears some strange sounds behind him. He doesn't understand what's going on there. It turned out to be Tetsuya, who came to the aid of the elven people. The enemy begins to say that he has calmed everyone down, but then shock appears on his face. He turns behind him uncomprehendingly. There is also a hero riding a cat with the elf queen in his arms. There were battles visible on the mountainside, which the hero and the others were watching. The monsters attacked the elf soldiers and they tried to defend themselves from them. The girl, clenching her fists, cursed, saying that this was already a mess. The creature standing in front said that if they had come before the battle, something could have been done. The hero replied that they were now interfering with the elves. The bear said that the plan called A did not work, so now they will act according to plan B. He said that to begin with, Lineia would reincarnate and jump into the crowd. The girl accepted the order and reincarnated. The girl, in the form of a beast, told them to sit down, and after that, she obviously regretted it. When all three of them sat on it, she said they were too heavy. The bear turned back to the bull and told him to get off. He replied that he would not be able to get down quickly. The bear shouted to him that he would walk. The bull asked again and clarified that it was really only him. The others jumped onto the cliff, saying that they would go ahead, and the bull called out to them. He shouted from above that it was unfair, and they said to excuse them. Lineia was rushing forward quickly with the hero and the bear on her back. The hero asked the bear to listen and asked if he was sure that plan B would go well. The bear chuckled awfully. The bear said that first they would break into the thick of the battle and stop the people, at which time the elves would have to run as far as possible. And she added that if they went far enough away, they would attack with a meteor. But to do this, Mech first needs to explain their plan to the elves. The hero asked him if he was sure that they would listen to him. The bear replied that everything was fine because they were ruled by a smart queen. The hero asked if it was his friend. The bear said that after the capital became the center of battles, she took on the role of the queen of the elves. Miku said her name was Saku Samafas, her little sister. The hero cried out in surprise, asking again. The elves defended themselves with shields from the monsters, shouting that they couldn't do it. One of the monsters had already opened its mouth to the elf. Suddenly, the heads of the monsters were cut off at the same time. The soldiers were discouraged to see that the enemies were dying. Lineia ran between the monsters, while the hero chopped off their heads while sitting on her. The bear shouted at Tetsuya to look for a girl similar in beauty to her. The hero asked if this meant that he needed to look for a girl who looked like a bear. She shouted that this was not the case. She looked like her old self while she was in her usual form. The hero answers that it is easy to say, but it is difficult to find something in such a crowd. The army of elves whispered that the man in front of them was also supporting them. They did not understand what was happening. The hero shuddered, looking into the distance, where a horde of monsters was visible. The bear and the hero looked ahead anxiously. In the distance, blurred figures were visible and the thick dust lifted into the air. The bear looked closer and saw his sister, shouting that she was there. The soldiers called her Majesty, while Lineia jumped over them from above and rushed forward, demolishing all the monsters in her path. The bear, sitting on top of her, screamed at them to move away and let them pass. She shouted for them to clear the way. The figures were getting closer, and the hero looked closely, finally seeing the face of the guy who was looking at the queen. The hero began to release magic from the palm of his hand and launched it at the surprised guy who turned in their direction. The guy's eyes were running around, and he sighed in surprise, looking at them. The queen ended up in Tetsuya's hands. The guy on the side was shouting, asking what he was doing. The confused elf stammered, asking who they were and asking to be let go. The bear apologized to Her Majesty and explained that they were guys from the guild who had been assigned a task. A sign appeared from Lineia's paw when they showed the queen their license. The girl replied that it looked like they really were from the guild, but the bear interrupted her, saying that he perfectly understands her doubts. However, now is not the time to consult. She asked me to trust them and let them help. The queen asked not to say that they will overcome them in number. The guy in front of them has 91 levels. The bear told Her Majesty to be careful and look up. Something was approaching from above, and the girl asked what it was. They cried out what a huge ball it was. The bear explained that this is a hero's skill, and when she gives the sign, the queen needs to order her army to leave the battlefield. The queen, looking at the hero, asked herself mentally if he was a man. She thought that how could she trust a guild that had taken a man from its ranks, however. The queen bowed and said that she would hope well for them. The bear thanked him for his trust and promised not to let him down. The guy called out to the hero saying that he was a human being. Then why was he bothering him? The hero replied that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if he remembered him. The guy was surprised and said it was the first time he had seen him. The hero asked if it was true, because he remembers him. One of the attacker's soldiers called him a hero and said that he was the one who was also called from another world. The guy asked if he was like that. Tetsuya replied that he owed them a debt, so he would not betray them under any circumstances. He pointed his finger at the sky, telling him to look up. The monster soldiers with their mouths wide open stared at the sky in surprise, asking what it was. The armored men watched in silence, and Shun didn't even look up, looking ahead. A huge fireball with terrifying power was rushing straight at them. It was large and smoking. One of them asked where the meteor came from. The bear shouted to the queen that the attention of the enemies had weakened, and it was time to order Her Majesty. The queen shouted at everyone to listen to her order. She said to head quickly towards the capital. She added that they could drop all weapons and carry the wounded instead. The soldiers looked at her, listening to the order. The girl grabbed the wounded elf. The elf soldier told Her Highness to leave her. The monsters watched this retreat and asked if this was also part of their plans. They asked what was wrong with him. They didn't understand what they were going to do next. One of the armored warriors shouted to the other soldiers to stop the elves and prevent the meteor from falling. The hero pulled the threads like a spider's web towards him and told the elves that it was enough to move a short distance away. The threads he was holding were tied to a multitude of monsters, holding them in place and preventing them from moving. The hero used a lightning attack on the threads that he was holding, and all the monsters that touched them were exposed to a powerful current, while others were trapped, because there was no way out on all sides of them. The commander shouted to the others not to touch the warriors, otherwise the current would transfer to them. The warriors were shouting, asking them to stop. While the hero continued the lightning attack, Shounen suddenly appeared at his side. He, swinging for a blow, asked the hero about that stone from above, if it was his too. A powerful blow struck the ground. The guy looked ahead in surprise. The hero and the others were running away on a sled. The bear asked what kind of power it was. Just in one fell swoop, the bear told Tetsuya that the elves had moved away, and he could not hold back now. The meteor was approaching the earth. The warrior next to the guy fell to the ground screaming that he was falling. This is the end. The meteor collided with the earth. The queen, watching from the side, asked if it had worked out. Cracks appeared all over the meteor. In the middle of the ball, the guy stood with his sword raised up, splitting the meteor into pieces with it, while his men were lying on the ground. He asked, "And what's the big deal?" "It's just a meteor." A hero appeared above him. He was flying towards the enemy. The guy noticed him when he was already very close and his palm was almost touching his head. Grabbing his face, the hero used an acid shot. The guy screamed and the hero thought that he had succeeded, but then realized that he had succeeded, but then realized that he had not. The guy used a recovery spell and raised his fist, hitting the hero in the face so that he flew away. He held on to his burning face and cursed. The hero, falling to the ground, clicked and heard sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw the bear and Lineia, realizing that they had both covered him and were now lying after the blow. He asked Lineia if she was okay, and she replied that she was, but she would switch off soon. The attacker said he would not forgive. He repeated many times that he would not forgive them. His face was disfigured, and he screamed that he would kill them. The bear was calling Tetsuya, talking about Plan 3. Mech said that they can only attack with a dark explosion. The hero replied that it was his strongest spell, but it would take 5 minutes to recharge, so he asked if she was sure. She replied that yes, they would manage somehow. He said she was like always. The bear shouted at Tetsuya to let him out. Tetsuya made the release. The elf stared ahead in shock. An elf girl turned out to be next to Tetsuya instead of a bear. The queen screamed at her sister. All 4 of them were sitting around the campfire eating food. The bear looked at the table, saying what level 70 means. But in this case, they will not be able to defeat a person with level 88. The power of the curse is quite a dangerous thing. The hero said that, by the way, he didn't see what was happening until he woke up. The bear replied that he threw her away with his fist, and she just lay in the ground for a while. The guy yelled and apologized. She replied that it was okay, then because of the curse he was not himself. The main thing is now everyone is alive. The bear decided to leave the curse thing for now, but it's still quite difficult to come up with such a plan to defeat another hero. The bear called Tetsuya and asked how long it would take him to create a dark explosion. The guy replied that for about 5 minutes, well, he won't be able to do anything while charging. He turned to her, asking if there were any ideas. She thought about it and replied that, in theory, she would like to finish the battle beautifully and quickly. But if something goes wrong, present time, the elf stood next to the hero, saying that she would help him give him time to recharge. The queen called out to her sister in surprise. The hero started releasing his skill, shouting that they were starting. The guy in the distance shouted that the hero had already got him. He did not know what he was going to do, but let him disappear, or he would destroy him. The elf said that the time while she can be in her form, just 2 minutes, is not enough. She released the roots from the ground, guiding them forward. The plants were rushing straight at the attacker, and he was swearing. He cut through all the vegetation with one swing of his sword. The elf stood with her staff looking ahead and shouted that they were starting. She released her magic again, and many huge roots created a large protective dome. The queen said that this was the barrier that had been recognized as the most powerful since the first big battle with humans, the royal barrier. And she added, saying that only one person can create such a barrier. Makus Mafas, which means the queen has returned. Their enemy was standing still. The elf said that this was her limit, but she had to last 5 minutes. The barrier began to crack and collapse. The hero stood still trying to release his power. The barrier began to break, and the girl, seeing this, mentally cursed. The enemy was advancing on them, shouting to the hero to get out quickly. The guy was trying to break the barrier. His knights were talking behind him. One asked if they should help him, and the other asked what he was carrying, because they would die if they interfered. The hero called out to Mecha, and she told him not to pay attention and continue charging. The barrier continued to actively crack. The girl thought that, of course, she expected such pressure, but still, it seems that she will not be able to withstand all 5 minutes, because the opponent will break the barrier. The girl began to turn, surprised that time had already run out. She screamed that this was really her limit. She turned back into a bear, and they managed to pick her up in their arms. She was being held by the elf queen. Miku called out to Saku in surprise. Long stalks began to appear from the queen's back, and the bear screamed that she should not do this. She would die after all. Saku replied that if she protects those she brought, then there is a chance that they will win. Then there is only one thing left, isn't it? The bear nevertheless agreed and replied that she needed to maintain the barrier for another 3 minutes. Saku replied that she understood and asked Commander Ryoma for reinforcements. The man told all those who could still move to hold the parts of the barrier and save Her Highness. The elves all held the barrier together. An invader appeared near one of them, on the other side, and the knight screamed. He struck, and the elves flew away. He continued to strike, and the elves flew away from the walls without holding the barrier. The hero shouted for them to stop immediately, as they would not be able to break through. The bear poked at him and told him to calm down and just accept that he would not be able to help and ease the pain of everyone who is now on the verge of life and death. She added that he could win if he concentrated. One of the warriors thanked the hero even for the fact that they would meet their death here. They are all grateful to him for the chance. Therefore, they asked to do as Maku says and leave them here. They asked to go and win. To win for them. At that moment, the barrier was breached by the invader, and he was pointing the sword towards the elves. Suddenly, a bull appeared, taking the guy's blow on himself and protecting the elves. Everyone was amazed by his appearance. The bull shouted to the gentleman that he was almost too late while getting to this place. He grabbed the invader's sword. The bull thanked them for waiting. Now they have a chance to become heroes and win this battle. The guy pulled the sword out of the bull's shoulder and shouted that he was talking too much, so it was time to end it. The bull began to fall back from his wounds. He shouted for Tetsuya, and the warriors did it. The hero approached the enemy and aimed his blow at him. The hero apologized for being so late and used the fog vortex skill. With a shout, their enemy soared into the air. The hero, with a magic ball between his palms, sent his big, explosive ball at the enemy, and he flew away. When the magic dissipated, a huge ravine was left on the ground from the force of his blow. The monsters were also hit and lay on the ground. Finally, it became empty. The hero said that he could and began to lose consciousness, falling forward to the ground. He landed on his knee and sighed. Meiku called Tetsuya, asking if he was okay. He apologized, saying that his strength had abruptly gone. The girl replied that this was not surprising, because it was such a powerful spell, and his health seemed to be spent too, so she told him to rest a little. The hero looked away and said that it was impossible. There were enemies on the other side of the ravine watching them. The knight asked if they had defeated him. The situation began to escalate, and they told the captain that they needed to retreat. The captain asked about the retreat. He said that there were only those who had absolutely no strength to fight. A little more, and they would win. He said they couldn't turn their backs now. He was holding an object in his hands and shouted at everyone to attack and destroy the elves. The bear said how persistent they are. Someone gave the command to act, and an arrow flew from the sky. An arrow hit the head of one of the opponents, and he fell. Everyone looked at what had happened in surprise. Many more arrows appeared, and the opponents asked what kind of business it was. The monsters were quickly defeated by such an attack and screamed. One of the enemies finally realized what they were hiding. An elf appeared behind him, telling the man that he was unlucky. The elves pierced the remaining ones with their swords at once. The thing that the opponent was holding in his hands fell out when he fell to the ground. The elf stepped on the object with his foot, crushing it, and the entire army of monsters began to burn. While she was watching, the commander was hailed behind, asking for apologies for the delay. He said that everything was fine. He was immensely grateful to them all. The reinforcements that had arrived stood in front of him. The bodies of defeated enemies lay around. One of the soldiers asked if they had won, even though they were cornered. All the elves jerked violently when the commander raised his fist up, shouting that victory was theirs. Everyone started shaking hands and hugging each other, and some mourned the dead. The bear said that it was finally over. However, they have a lot of victims. The hero, bowing his head, apologized for the fact that she was constantly covering for him and the elves. She said it wasn't his fault, but the captain's. Someone on the side started shouting that he was in pain. It was the bull that the queen was bandaging up. He was screaming, asking if she could do it more gently. The girl apologized and said that it would hurt a little, but the effect was excellent. The bull denied her words, saying that there was nothing. The bear said that Saku is a professional in treatment. The main thing is that the injured person is alive, and she will do the rest herself. Meku looked at her sister and thought that the fact that she herself wounded helps others so much. She has become even stronger in her absence. The queen was shouting to everyone who was injured to come to her. Miku told Tetsuya that he was doing well. She brought him her gratitude. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it was nothing. Bear said it's going to get worse now, so they all need to get their act together. Lineia returned to them. The guy wondered if he had really beaten him. In fact, he thought that since his opponent was a hero, he would be much more capable, or he was mistaken. At this time, something was flying past rivers and forests at great speed. The orcs turned around when they saw this. Finally, it landed, and a hole was formed from the force of the impact. The orcs came over to take a look. The guy remembered about that guy. He remembered a moment from the past and realized that he had beaten him then. A large pile of monsters of various sizes was coming from the forest. The guy continued to lie in the pit after the impact. He twitched his wrist, which caused faint sparks to appear. He looked at his hand, denying it. He didn't understand what was wrong with his magical energy and why it had become so weak. He cursed, clenching his fist. He said he needed to get out of this place at all costs. He turned his attention to what was happening in front. The orcs were moving towards him, not taking their eyes off him. He realized that he was now in the territory of the orcs, although he had only recently been in the land of the elves. He shouted at them irritably and asked them why they were staring at him. He shouted that he would destroy them all. The orcs started moving towards him after his shout. The guy got out of the pit and watched. He was surprised when they started to approach. He was confused because he didn't think there were so many of them. He didn't know what to do. They came from all sides in large numbers. He started swearing, realizing that he was trapped. He realized that he had to run or they would just tear him apart. A man appeared from above from the clone and jumped down to the orcs and the guy. He landed behind the hero. It was a seemingly young man in armor. He raised his palm, asking him what the fates were, and added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy was surprised. He asked what he was doing here. He repeated his question and replied that he had come to destroy these orcs after all. This is the territory of the orcs, and they are very dangerous. The man said that he got into a fight with the king of the orcs. Who would have thought that their leader would turn out to be such a weakling? In general, his retinue came to his soul. The guy asked him what he was thinking when he climbed with his fists to the king of the orcs. The man said that he basically guessed that this would all end. Yet they are on their territory. Now it became clear to the guy why these guys were running after him all the time. The man scratched his head, saying that now was not the time for arguments. They needed to get out of here somehow. Shun said it was at least one great idea. The man looked at him again, paying attention to the guy, and asked what was wrong with his face. He did not understand and asked again. The man said it felt like it had melted on him. He remembered Tetsuya using acid on him and got angry. Although the man was surprised that Shun was still alive, the man told Shun that with such weak magic he would not last long. The man sighed, saying that he would take care of the orcs. So the guy's task is to escape from this place as soon as possible. The guy went ahead saying that of course, thanks, but he would deal with them without his help. He turned back with a sinister face and added that when he exterminated these reptiles, they would continue his meaningless conversation. A little later, at the castle of the elves, Miku was talking about how she hadn't had a bath in a long time. Saku asked her sister to be careful and not run, otherwise she would fall. The girls were relaxing in the hot water. Miku was very glad that her sister was practically unharmed after the battle over the Great Barrier. Miku hopes that the vision in her right eye will return soon too. Saku replied that she was too weak, so she was to blame for her injuries. She added that Miku need not worry about her, especially since it was time for her to return to the kingdom. The bear replied that it was too late. Besides, Miku won't be able to return home until she removes the curse. She doesn't want everyone to see her in such a humiliating way. She thinks the elves will just make fun of her, and she doesn't want that at all. Miku added that they don't need unnecessary noise and confusion, so it's better to get lost for now. She complained that all her charisma, beauty, and talent were simply gone, so they needed to return her to her original appearance as soon as possible. Saku asked how they would be able to return her to her real form, and many people think that she died. Miku replied that they needed to think about it carefully, but they would take a lot of risks if they tried to return, so first they had to figure out what to say to others when they saw her. She decided to say that the gods were angry with her, and decided to punish her by turning her into this inferior being. From now on, she is cursed and will remain forever in the body of a bear, until her sister becomes queen. Saku blushed and told her not to exaggerate. The people would hardly believe it. Miku said that the elves would certainly listen to her. Besides, who does not like beautiful and frightening legends? Miku knew that things couldn't go smoothly if the elves took over the territory. Miku said that she tried to divide her evenly and put a barrier on a part of the elves. But because she fell under the curse, strife and wars over territory began. Miku has no idea how difficult it was for her sister and thanked her for her efforts. The girl smiled at the praise. Saku replied to her sister that she only wanted peace to come. It became clear to Mech. Saku remembered and asked if that person was special. Miku choked on this question. Embarrassed, the bear blushed and said that this was not the case, and he was just her student. Saku looked at her sister carefully, asking again. She asked how much it takes to train a person to make them so strong. Miku chuckled thoughtfully and explained that he was from another world, so he was special. Saku repeated her words that he was from another world. Miku confirmed this again and said that when she was studying the records, she came across something interesting. She said that people have such technology that they can summon the same people from another world, called heroes. Saku was surprised. The bear said that this information is very secret, because they tried to hide it carefully, and as far as she knows, Tetsuya is not the first one who was called into this world. Saku said that it means their powers are almost equal, since he is from the same world, which is why he is special. Miku was surprised, and thought that she probably misunderstood the word special. Miku told her not to worry. He is also her faithful disciple. She recognized his strength. You just need to trust. Saku stood up, asking that if this is the person her sister recognized, then she can love him. Miku realized that she meant it after all. Miku said that since they were sisters, they also had similar tastes. Saku asked her what she was talking about. Miku admitted that she wanted to take it for herself, but she would not be greedy and would share it with her. But she asked to listen and said she would be the first. Saku asked what the first one meant. The bear did not explain, saying that the first means the first, and told Saku not to raise his older sister. Saku said that now she would have to call him her brother. A little later, someone was shouting, asking how she dared to say such a thing. There was a second shout that she would say how much she would need. The elf was shouting that they should put the board in the hands of Mech. The two sisters watched this. The elf said that she had been guarding them for all these 60 years. It was impolite to speak out like that. The elf replied that nothing would change if they were locked up, which led to them asking people for help. The guy disputed her words, saying that they were elves after all. For all these 60 years, they had almost come to seize everything. There were no invasions under her rule. Now they see the result. The elf called out to Her Highness, asking her to put Mech in her place for the sake of their future. Mech thought that everything was happening strangely, but there was nothing to be done. Saku replied that she understood their feelings, but she could not allow it, because such a toy could not be a ruler. The elves on her actions, on the contrary, talked about how cute it was, and that she was cute. They decided that everything was solved. The girl did not understand why everything turned out this way. Saku decided to leave it at that, and added that her sister is currently on a mission from the guild, so when everything is over, she will have to return. Others were shocked that a member of the royal family was in the guild. Miku said that they helped them a lot. Even now, they rushed to protect the castle. Miku said that they had heard everything themselves. She couldn't just leave the guild now. She thought it was the right thing to do. Then the elf told her to come to them on another assignment. Remembering this, Miku explained that she would not be able to come to the territory of the elves for a while. She showed the document saying that she was still in debt to the guild. The elf shouted again that a member of the royal family owed a debt to the guild. Saku looked calm, saying that everything was as usual and she wasn't even surprised. She asked her sister if she could stop shaming the royal family and called her a slacker. The bear rushed into battle asking who is the slacker here, and Saku, defending herself, asked if she really did not agree. The elf asked them to stop because now is not the time to do such things. The guy turned to the elf standing nearby. He didn't understand how a member of the royal family could go to the guild like that. Wasn't it dangerous? But Saku still thinks that on the contrary, she is safer with these guys. She pointed her finger at Tetsuya and Lineia. A subordinate reported that there was a new man posing as a hero in front of the royal gate. The bear ran and said that she thought that sooner or later they would come in retaliation. But despite this, the human army is moving too fast. She just asked me not to tell her that they broke through the Braxel so quickly. The soldier replied that this was not the case. They stipulated that the heroes appeared alone from the side of the orcs. The bear asked what he meant. She said they should check the situation in any case. They were approaching the castle gate. The bear was shocked and asked what it was. An elf standing nearby was calling out to Maka. They asked what was going on. Saku and the hero were sitting at the same table, drinking tea and eating. The man said they couldn't find food until they arrived at this place, and now they are being served. He was told that they did not want anyone to rob their territory. The man said that elven food was good anyway. This world was full of races that didn't look like humans, and their food didn't match the food they were used to. Saku looked at him sideways, replying that she was glad to hear that. The bear was tense. The soldier behind asked what his level was, and was told that the limit level was 99, and at the moment, the hero had 95. The bear called Tetsuya, and the guy said that there was no doubt about it. This man was one of the heroes called up with him. The man grunted questioningly and was surprised, looking at the hero. He said that he had been told about it. He remembers for sure that he saw how he was beaten by Kaito and others. He said that Shun was very angry that he had lost to him and was breathing heavily, wanting to beat him up as soon as possible. The bear anxiously asked if he was alive, and the man replied that he was. He was alive and well. Everyone was surprised. The man said he shouldn't have done this guy a favor. Damn him for using him as an errand boy. So he told them that he had brought them a message. He said that Shun wants a one-on-one battle. He says he won't lose if he's one-on-one, so they have to keep the others out. Shuon especially asked the man to look after the stuffed bear. He would be waiting for Tetsuya in the depths of the forest, so the man advised him to come, and they would wait at a safe distance so as not to interfere. The soldiers behind whispered that he would be one-on-one with the hero. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could win. The elves said that if he left them, what would they do with the man? They hadn't even regained their strength yet. The man replied that he likes to fight, but not with weaklings, and they are incomparably weaker than them. He promised that if they didn't bother them, he wouldn't do anything. But if they keep joking, then Shun will come to them. If he and Shun quarrel here, he will have no choice but to get rid of them. The man thinks it's much better than dealing with both of them at the same time. The elves were amazed. The elf called out to Mecha, telling her not to be fooled. He suggested killing this hero first. The bear asked what he was saying. He added that they would destroy them individually sooner than they would unite. The elf behind replied that it was nonsense. Even if they did, they would fight the heroes consistently. Then they were asked what else they wanted them to do. A rooster appeared behind, telling everyone to calm down. The hero was surprised, calling out to Sir. He explained that he was here to pick up a seriously wounded man, but he got into the wrong place. The rooster heard most of what the man said. He said that this place would have burned down long ago, but all he did was invade their territory and eat their food. The rooster said that if they were still worried, then the guild would join them. The elf was surprised that there would be several more guild members. The rooster turned to Tetsuya, asking the younger one if he even knew how to win the battle. The hero asked the man if he could find out something. He said he was going to kill his friend and asked if he minded. Tetsuya called out to the bear. The man chuckled and replied that it didn't look like Shun was just a friend who happened to be with Kaito. He didn't care what happened to him. It became clear to the hero. He called out to Mecha while clenching his fist. The bear closed her eyes and shivered. The hero asked if she thought it was because of the power of the curse, if they couldn't defeat the heroes with a dark explosion. Meku thinks they will need it, but asked if the hero knows how to use this power. He said that he had been thinking a lot since then. He thinks he can handle it. He reflected that there was a problem. Tetsuya wondered how long it would take him to wake up from the abyss in case he didn't wake up soon and couldn't protect everyone. If only he got into a situation where he could fight one-on-one, away from everyone else. The bear said it was a miracle that the hero was alive. Damn, the only option. She added that they don't want to be in a situation where they have to rely on such uncertainty, so they will take all possible precautions. The bear told Tetsuya that she was sorry that she couldn't do anything in the end. He told her not to worry. He would take care of it. Saku apologized to the hero for relying on him again when it comes to elves. The guy replied that it was not so. He was not indifferent to them. The rooster gave a thumbs up when the hero said he was counting on him. He told Lineia to take care of Meku, who was crying at that moment. Tetsuya headed forward alone towards the forest, where Shun was waiting for him. The boys watched him go. The rooster was interested in something about the hero. He sat down next to the man, saying that he always wanted to talk to the hero. The man agreed. It's still better than just sitting and eating. Rooster said that he had been doing some research on the movement of the human race, and he did not understand something about the recent invasion. He asked me to tell him the reason. Meku was surprised that he asked directly. The man replied that he was not interested in fighting for territory, so he didn't know much. It was just Kaito's hobby. Bear remembered that this was their general, a guy with a level 125 limit. The rooster just asked to listen to him and said that the first 3 territories captured by humans were the territories of fanged beasts, ogres, and dwarves. They were probably planning to invade the territory west of Death Valley. Therefore, the rooster thinks that invading the territory of the elves almost to the east of Death Valley makes no sense to them. The man chuckled at the fact that he had done the research. He'll tell you, but only if they entertain him. At this time in the forest, Shun was leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, saying that here he was. He was tired of waiting. A huge meteor was flying at him from the sky. The guy took out his sword and looked at him. The meteor broke into smaller pieces from the explosion. Shun jumped up to the ball, hitting it. Once inside the shards, he looked around anxiously. He noticed that the hero was on the ground, preparing a new spell. He chuckled, asking what it was. He was cursing when a lot of fire spheres flew towards him. An explosion occurred, hooking him. He jumped out of the fire unscathed, landing on the ground and saying it was a pathetic firework. The hero found himself behind him in a fog of fire. He was preparing another blow when Shun sensed his presence. Shun, turning in his direction, sent him away. Tetsuya used a sulfur bullet spell. They stopped. The guy was able to grab the hero's wrist and managed to stick the sword into his chest. When he released his hand, Tetsuya fell back to the ground with the sword in his body. He lay motionless, covered in blood. Shun asked him how far he planned to go. The hero was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Shun, standing not far from him, said that he knew that he was nothing more than a mad loner, and now it came to the elves. The hero's hand, with the seal on the palm, began to shake. He told Shun to stand still. Shun looked back in surprise. The hero got up from the ground, saying that he couldn't die halfway. He's tougher than he looks, and will do the right thing by killing him. He was walking towards Shun, bleeding profusely. The guy didn't understand what he was saying and asked what he was talking about. The black mark began to emit a faint black haze. Shun grunted, clenching his teeth and approaching, grabbed the hilt of his sword, which was stuck in Tetsuya's chest. He abruptly pulled the weapon out of his chest, shouting that then he would give him what he wanted. he would finish him off. He began to strike many sword blows at the hero's body, and the hero did not resist at all. With each new blow, Shun repeated the words that the hero should die. In the end, the hero fell to the ground, all wounded and without some limbs. Shun was breathing heavily and trembling, looking at Tetsuya's body and told him to take a bite. The black haze began to increase, and at one point burst out with strong explosions of a black clot. Shun was surprised that he was still moving and asked to die already. A black mist covered him. A black hand appeared out of the darkness, stretching its palm towards the guy. The black knight in armor started beating Shun. The guy thought it was impossible. The hero began to open his eyes and chuckled. He was glad that he had succeeded. He knew that the way to the abyss was through death. A voice was heard asking if the hero could hear him and asking to answer him. He remembered that he had heard that voice once before. The hero realized that it was really him. So it was he who brought him here in the first place. It was a kind of abyss. It was a kind of abyss. It resembled the same pattern that was on his palm. The abyss said that they had finally met. Tetsuya apologized and said he had to wake up before he could talk to him. The abyss asked to wait, saying that everything was fine. Thanks to her, his strength is gradually recovering, and he will be fine for a while if left like this. The abyss asked that he came to this place in search of power, didn't it? Then first, he should find out about this abyss. Tetsuya agreed. He had asked himself that question. He thanked her for her help in his fight against the monsters. The abyss replied that it was all his efforts. To begin with, she asked to be allowed to tell him what the abyss itself was like. She said that those who are given life in this world on the other side too. A place has already been reserved for their departed souls, and everything will depend on what kind of soul they have. However, she added that there is still some point in this world, and it happens when exceptions to the rules die, and this world will no longer need them. She said that places had not been prepared for these souls, so they would wander aimlessly in different directions, and eventually they would flow into this place, isolated from reality. So it's called the abyss. In short, sooner or later, all the summoned monsters and foreigners get to this place where the hero was now, and these pathetic souls are stored in this place. Now it became clear to the hero how he reached this place after his death. However, he was reminded that he has the power of resurrection. He said about absorbing the dead, as he thought the corpses that he absorbed that time. He was told that this was true. He was told that these corpses were other foreigners, summoned by other people of this world, but abandoned in the Valley of Death. At this time in the forest, Shun was breathing heavily, spitting blood. He said that the hero does whatever he wants and asked how many skills he has in the end. He thought it was unfair, too troublesome, but it wouldn't last long as he didn't run out of ideas. Sheen said he would kill him over and over again. He jumped towards the knight, swinging his sword. He hit him in the shoulder, but the blow did absolutely no damage to his armor. Shun gritted his teeth. He screamed, striking many blows in different directions while the knight continued to stand in place, not even fighting back or moving. Shin jumped away from him, looking at him with frightened eyes. At that moment, a fist was already flying from the side of his face. He hit so hard that he caused an explosive wave. Shun flew off, crashing into a tree trunk. All the trees he had crashed into before had broken apart. The knight's armor on his chest began to crack as he squeezed it with his hands. Shun watched in shock. A terrifying, human-like skeleton with horns and fangs appeared from the knight's chest. The beaten guy watched this with horror. The skeleton began to release a magical attack. Shun remembered this skill. The hero had already used it before. He ran straight at the monster, shouting sarcastically, which of course would allow him to complete it. The ball instantly expanded as Shun ran closer to it. The guy stuck his sword into the ground and asked if he didn't need to prepare. Tremendous power and light followed. Shun was trying to stay in place with his sword. There was a huge explosion. The knight remained in place, standing by the huge crater that was formed by the force of the impact. The knight stared intently ahead. Sheen Hefst was coming out of the fire to him. He said how stupid it was. Now he doesn't even know what he was worried about. He just needs to take a hit, so he can take advantage of it. He used the legendary mod. He said that with this, he would be able to ensure his instant death. Shun knows how to recover, but he can use his mega-cool heroic skill only on the verge of death. That's what a shame. He found it very boring. Shun stood in front of the Black Knight, and neither of them moved. At this time, the rooster and the male hero staged an arm wrestling match, and the hero was in the abyss. The abyss went on to say that since ancient times, people have repeatedly tried to summon heroes with the help of great secret arts, and every time they failed, they dumped their souls into the Valley of Death to keep their secret. She added it soon, due to the fact that many souls wander the world from the Valley of Death. The abyss, which was isolated from reality, becomes connected to it. From there, the souls entered their world. The hero had to face them back in the Valley of Death, with souls bursting out of the abyss. The hero was surprised that those dead souls were from the abyss. Does this mean that the corpse of the dragon appeared in front of him too? It was explained to him that it was for his own salvation. However, because of this, the abyss is now too strongly connected to the real world, and as a result, enemy forces have learned of its existence. The hero repeated his words about the enemy force and asked if he meant demons. He was told that this was true. He has a personal score to settle with them. If everything goes on like this, then they will be able to find a place that connects reality with the abyss, and then they will come with a large army to destroy it. If this happens, a big war may begin, in which all the hero's friends will be involved. The creature does not want war. If the heroes disappear from this world, then people will use the great secret arts again. The creature grants the heretic the power that will allow him to defeat the heroes. But in return, the hero must kill those who possess the great secret arts. They can no longer allow souls from another world to come to the Valley of Death. The hero asked for forgiveness. He said the scale of the story was too big, and he didn't quite understand. The creature was confused by his answer, but the hero remembered something. He managed to find invaluable friends who help him in this world. He thought he would continue to fight for them and live with them for the rest of his life. But at first, the hero's reason to fight was due to the desire to become stronger and take revenge on those people who selfishly called him into this world. He probably forgot the anger he felt towards those selfish people. The creature asked the heretic if he agreed. The hero clenched his fist and replied that he was just going to achieve his very first goal. At this time in the forest, Shun and the knight stood facing each other. Bright light and lightning-like discharges emanated from Shun. The knight raised his fist, starting to strike at the man, and he calmly accepted them, without resisting. The guy asked if he even knew that he didn't feel anything at all. He grabbed the knight's arm and tore it off. He looked at the armor and was surprised that it was empty inside. There was only black smoke coming out. He threw his arm back and said he would open it and find out what was going on inside his body. The knight jumped back, away from the hero, and began to break the armor on his chest again, and a skeleton using magic appeared from there. Shun asked if it was really that trick again. He noticed that the knight wasn't too smart and it wouldn't work on him anymore. He waved his hand, dispelling all the magic. Two powerful forces collided. The armor on the knight's chest was completely broken. Shun said that this was his strongest condition, and it was time for the hero to realize that he could not overcome it. He struck him hard, causing the armor to crumble. The armor shattered into pieces, and Shun looked uncomprehendingly, mumbling questioningly. When he saw the girl in front of him, he asked who else she was. Shun, looking at the girl in armor, asked where this huge woman came from. He asked if he had been fighting with her all this time. The girl's face began to evaporate, exposing her skull. She said she understood. It didn't seem like he was even trying to challenge them. It seems that she did her job. She said goodbye to Shun, calling him a pathetic wanderer, and wished him an easy death. The guy looked at her in shock. The girl found herself in the abyss and began to scream, clutching her skull, that this was unfair. If only she could use all her might, she would never lose to someone like him in her life. She was outraged that this was still not to mention that Shun had called her a huge woman. It was just that he was small. The hero noticed her and said that it looked like the skeleton that fought outside. The girl noticed him and called him a heretic and said how great it was that he came. The creature said it was all thanks to him. It also mentioned whether the girl thinks that her last words sounded a little bad. He already got goosebumps. The creature said that despite their serious conversation, she went and told him that anyway. She never ceases to amaze him. The girl was confused by his words. The hero smiled and told the creature not to be so strict with her. The girl grabbed the guy's hands, thanking him. The creature said it didn't matter. They had very little time. The creature must tell the heretic about the mark on his arm. It told him that this was not a curse. She would help him increase his strength. The creature knew that the hero still could not use all his accumulated power, but thanks to the mark, he would be able to become even stronger. However, he must keep in mind that the power of the mark comes from the abyss. If he uses it in the wrong place, he can bring demons upon himself. It asked to listen to him carefully and told him that the real world is full of those who have switched to the side of demons and therefore are hiding. They are very difficult to find. Therefore, the hero must kill everyone who knows about his power. This will allow him to protect all his loved ones. The hero replied that he understood and promised to be careful. He thanked the creature for everything. He was told that it was not necessary to thank him and asked not to let him down. That was the last thing the hero wanted to clarify. He asked if he would have to die every time to use his power. The creature reminded him that it had just told him that. The hero can just release it, but now it's time for him to return. The hero was looking at the souls below. He thought about it and asked if his absorption skill could solve the problem with souls trapped in the real world. The creature replied that it would be extremely difficult. The abyss said that although he could come back to life, his body was not immortal. In just a few decades, his body's lifespan would expire faster than that of the elves. When that happens, the hero's soul will reach the abyss. Just like all the other souls, he will absorb. The hero realized that eventually, in the end, he would die in this world. Currently in the forest, Shun stood in place, watching the smoke reappear. Shun asked what was going on again. He thought it was boring. He asked the hero who appeared how much longer he would do this. Tetsuya apologized for keeping me waiting. He started using his skill, saying that this time would be the last. He used the release skill. He suggested that they finally end this fight. A huge creature appeared behind the hero. A new battle has begun. They collided with each other with great force. Sheen shouted at the hero to get it. He threw his punches, shouting at the hero to die. Tetsuya raised his fist to strike, and the creature behind him repeated his movements. He hit Shun directly, and he flew back. The next blow also did not take long to wait. The guy was thinking that he should be legendary and the most powerful. But then why is he being beaten so hard? He shouted that he would never cut off the hand of the hero's creature. The wrist began to fall to the ground, crumbling. Satisfied, Shun told him to receive. New bones began to appear in place of the severed hand. A lot of fists appeared out of the black haze and headed towards the surprise guy. Every single one of them hit the target exactly. The victim of the blow screamed and began to fall to the ground. The hero remained in the air, watching from there Shun, who was lying on the ground after the impact. The guy seemed to be seized with hysterical laughter. Ain looked up, saying that this was nonsense and this could not be. Shun's entire body shuddered, and he saw a meteor. He shouted at him that not this stone again. He got to his feet and shouted to the hero that he had already smashed this thing to pieces many times. Did he really think that he would not be able to do it again? There was a spider behind him, which trapped him in its web, not allowing him to move. The guy was shouting, asking what kind of spider it was, and telling him to get out of the way. His whole face was illuminated by the bright light coming from the meteor that fell directly on him until he was able to dodge. The hand of the creature that was cut off earlier flew up from the ground, reconnecting with the body. The hero silently watched from the air what was happening on the ground. There was a swarming from under the sphere. It began to crack gradually from below. The hero carefully watched as his meteor split into many pieces again. With one powerful explosion, the stone split, flying in different directions. Shim shouted that the hero would not joke with him. In this state, he has the most powerful strength and invincible recovery ability. Tetsuya does not have a single chance. Another powerful blow was struck at Shun, illuminating everything with light. The hero attacked him in different ways at the same time, causing a huge explosion. Shun shouted that he needed to destroy so many things. He didn't have time for a hero. He tried to resist the blows while the hero silently continued to attack him. He watched him with an eye like an abyss until the figure of the opponent disappeared into the fog. The spider that had previously tied Shun up handed the guy's sword to the hero on the web. Tetsuya grabbed the weapon and raised it to strike. Shun shouted that he was sick of this world, and if they were stuck here like this, they would never get into the wash. He promised to kill all of them worthless and return home. The hero approached him from the front, swinging his sword. When Shun saw him, he cried out in surprise. With one powerful swing of the opponent's sword, the hero cut Shun's body. The blow was so powerful that he flew into the air, starting to fall back to the ground. He flew head over heels across the ground like a balloon until he finally stopped. Despite being cut open, his head continued to move. He kept asking questions. He stood up on his elbows and screamed in denial, looking at his body. He crawled towards the second half, saying he had to pack up. Shun cried out in fear when the hero's palm landed on his shoulder. He looked back. He cried, asking the hero what he was doing at all. Shun said to let him go, because if the hero continues in the same spirit, Shun will die. But the hero continued to hold him, besides saying that he really should hurry up. The hero saw that he was back in shape. His regeneration ability did not work. Shun is exhausted. No matter how powerful the skills are, everyone still has a limited amount of health. The hero thought that in the end it was a battle of endurance. The hero wondered how he managed to win before the deadline for release. Shun moaned and wondered why he was in such a situation. The hero finally answered him that this was the end for him. He couldn't do anything. The guy was trembling, slowly lowering his head to the ground, and saying that he did not want to come to this world. He did not want to die in another world. He did not want to die at all. Shun just wants to go home. The hero watched him, and when Shun fell silent, he said that he so desperately wanted to go home, and did not doubt at all what he was doing. He even felt a little sorry for him. At this time, a bright light appeared in the abyss that was getting closer and closer. The skeleton girl was sitting in place and turned her head, paying attention to the glow. She asked if it was another one. After finishing the deadly battle with the hero, the guy went to his friends. Tetsuya ran forward along the road in the forest. He was running and thinking that it had taken a long time, and he hoped that the others were okay. Judging by the character of that hero, it is unlikely that he will break his word, but if he suddenly changes his mind for some reason, he's going to have to give his all to beat him. He doesn't think he can fight against such a powerful opponent while protecting others. He won't be able to use a release on Mech right now, and hopes that he will leave without causing problems. A sound was heard from the side, and the hero realized where the noise was coming from. He ran even faster towards the sound, asking them all to be okay. At this time, the rooster from the guild and the hero continued to fight with the help of arm wrestling while the others watched them. The hero won again, despite the fact that he was all wrapped up in chains with weights. While Saku was treating the rooster, he said he wanted to do it again. The hero, throwing a weight on his shoulder, replied that he had already lost so many times, he had no courage. He asked if he really liked arm wrestling that much. The rooster replied that this was not the case. If he had not been forced, he would not have been forced. He would not have done it. He looked at Saku behind him, and she turned away. The hero smiled and said that it was unfortunate, but thanks to him, he could pass the time. He told the others that they could continue to use strengthening magic on the rooster. The elves used their skills. The bear was unhappy that they didn't have anything to defeat the hero. Then the hero offered to give them a head start. He would increase the steel ball to 10. Tetsuya watched this with his mouth open in shock. Stuttering, he asked everyone what they were doing. Everyone turned to look at him at the same time. Calling out to him, everyone rushed towards him, scaring him away. They surrounded the guy, asking excitedly if he was okay. The man sighed with a smile, throwing out a steel ball. Meiku told the hero that he looked shabby. The guy laughed awkwardly, answering that the enemy was strong. He called Lineia, who was hanging on his shoulder, and asked why she was in that uniform. She explained that it was because she had lost in arm wrestling in her animal form. The hero, standing surrounded by his friends, stared intently at the man who stood in front of them with his arms crossed over his chest. Finally, the man asked a question, asking if Shun had died. The hero took out a sword from his bosom, throwing it to the man, and replied that it was so. He apologized, but that's all that's left of him. The man was holding the weapon of the deceased hero in his hand. He said that Shun liked to run into cancer. Although he was weak, He knew that someday this day would come. Well, in the end, the man is not interested in other people's battles, and since now he has no reason to stay here, he will go home. But before that, since they entertained him, the hero can provide them with some information, although the man said that he didn't know much. For the same reason that Shun attacked the territory of the elves, the man thinks that he just wanted to show off in front of Kaito. 4 of them were with him as the main part of his gang, because he was the strongest, but even then, Shun was the weakest among them. He added that even after becoming a hero, he remained the same. Apparently he did not like it, and he tried to thwart Kaito's plan. He said that now they know Hiroshi is stupid, but he is loyal to Kaito, and he himself is only interested in strong people. The man does not think that humans will invade the territory of the elves in the near future, but only until the invasion of the western lands of Death Valley ends. He thinks Kaito will definitely take over all the western territories. He said that when he was done, he would go east, by which time they had better be ready. The man quickly left, leaving the elves. The bear said they needed to regroup their forces as quickly as possible. Saku agreed with her, but the soldiers. There was tension from the elves. Saku asked for everyone's attention. She said that many people sacrificed their lives in this war, and there will be another war in the near future. However, they clothed the hero of the 19th level and drove the army of people back. One of the elves called Her Majesty, saying that it was all Tetsuya's merit. Without him, they would not have defeated the hero, nor pushed back the army. Saku replied that he was already one of them after all. She pointed at him and shouted that he was the fiancé of her sister, Maku Samafis. The bear and the hero opened their mouths in shock. I asked my sister to confirm this. The elves and guild members stood with shocked faces after these words. Maku cursed her sister in her mind and opened her mouth, stuttering, and still confirmed her sister's words. The hero looked at her questioningly. The elves began to talk about how to think that they were saved by Maku's husband. Despite the fact that he is of another race, he is their hero, and there is no one more reliable than him. Maku apologized for leaving problems, but right now they need him to lift their spirits. Rufak was passed out at that time, and the elf asked him to keep himself in check. The guy told her not to worry. He was just surprised, and it doesn't give him any problems at all. The girl looked at him in love, thinking that he didn't mind. Saku suggested strengthening the bond between the elves and the guild in preparation for the upcoming war. She told everyone from the Maestos Guild to keep working together. A bandaged bull appeared behind me, asking me to leave it to him. He asked me to leave it to him. He asked about the fact that they had mentioned the hero earlier. The bull thought it was about him. The rooster, turning to him, sighed, saying that he seemed to be fine. The rooster bowed, saying that he would convey her words to the guildmaster, and now asked him to excuse them. But he almost forgot to tell the newbies something. He pointed his finger at the hero, saying that he was ordered to return immediately, although the situation was special. But he had been in this place for too long. He asked him that he was very tired, wasn't he? He allowed him to stay here for a couple more days, and he would solve the issue of his absence. First, he would just pick up the wounded man. Tetsuya replied that everything was fine, and he would come back with them. They couldn't cause any more problems. He asked Meku if she minded. She replied that if that's what he wants, then she doesn't mind. They're members of the guild, so they better go back. Meku turned to her sister and apologized. She immediately replied that she knew she could leave the lands of the elves to her. The sisters looked at each other, and Meku said she was counting on her. When everyone was loaded into the cart, Saku asked them to be careful on the way, and Meku asked her sister not to get sick. Finally, they gave the command that they were going. Saku called out to Tetsuya, and he turned to the girl. She asked him to take care of her sister. The guy replied to Her Majesty that she could rely on him for this. The girl was embarrassed. He bowed to the queen, saying that then he would do so, and went on after the cart with his comrades. The girl folded her palms in a prayer gesture, with her fingers crossed, and asked her sister and brother to be careful. After a while, a huge castle, on the roof of which a girl stood nervously looking around. Finally seeing what she wanted, she smiled. A cart with comrades was coming straight to her. Everyone returned safely. The girl was told that thanks to the actions of the heroes, the return of people's territories is progressing well. The king is very pleased. He will definitely not expel her anymore. The girl in the mirror asked Satomi if she would come back. She needed her. Satomi replied that she refused. She would never come back, at this time in another place. The guys were asked why the representatives of the guild are in the territory of the lizards. They explained that they had come to negotiate a partnership, and they attacked them during the discussion. The man, towering over everyone, shouted that they were an eyesore, as always. The girl calmly said that now was not the time for dwarves to mess with other territories because the dangerous human race was approaching neighboring lands. The man grunted indignantly, saying that even though she was from their clan, she was too stupid. They had already pushed back a human tribe once, and told them to look at their latest technology. With a moving golem, they are not afraid of people. The girl looked at them, thinking that they were hopeless. The girl told the recruit to destroy this thing, because they underestimate people too much. Otherwise, they will not be able to continue negotiations with the lizards. Mech said it was a good opportunity, so why not try out his new skill? His new skill is the one he took from Shun. He asked if he could use the release then. Mech thought about it and asked if there were any restrictions on its use. The man asked if he was going to destroy their golem, and the guy replied that, well, sort of. Dwarf shouted for him to try if he could. He pointed his fist at the hero. Mech shouted at Tetsuya that he could use the release. The guy used the skill, and there were clumps of smoke and glow around. He used the legendary form and hit the opponent's chest. Screams were heard. The hero felt that it was bad, because he could not control this skill. As a result, after this blow, everything turned into utter chaos, crashing to the ground. Mech was shocked to ask what these movements were. The girl with short hair told the recruit that he had done a great job. Dwarf began to climb out of the golem shouting curses. He could not have imagined that their golem would be destroyed so easily. The rest of the soldiers were trying to stay in place when the hero shouted at them to get out of the way. Tetsuya was flying straight at them from the sky. The leader cried out in surprise and, frozen, looked fearfully at the approaching hero. The guild tower. Inside, Mech was making her way through the crowd of people. She held the documents in her hands, saying that at last, Hero and Lineia were standing next to each other. The bear screamed loudly that they had paid off all their debts. Friends nearby began to rejoice while the hero asked her to stop because it was embarrassing. The girl, standing behind, said that it was for all their recent achievements, especially in the territory of the elves, after they decided to pay all their debts. In the last mission, the recruit also managed to deal with the dwarf tribe. Thanks to him, their negotiations went well. The guy thanked me for the praise, embarrassed. Mech said it meant they finally had an official license. About this, the girl explained that it does not depend on her. A voice sounded behind the bear. She turned around, asking who it was. Everyone started calling out to the guildmaster, thanking him for his hard work. He greeted them, saying that Top Gun was here. He was a guildmaster. The girl was shocked thinking about it. The guildmaster said that he had read their mission reports and knowing about their abilities, he assigned them an important mission, and they did a great job. He thinks they deserve to get licenses. Maku was happy, saying that they would finally be able to choose tasks freely. Regarding this, the guildmaster wanted to ask them something. He said that the human race, which destroyed the lands of the fanged beasts and caused significant damage to the territory of the elves, is rapidly increasing its strength. He said that from now on they will work closely with neighboring territories and resist the human race. If they don't deal with her, then there is a possibility that they will destroy many tribes. Looking at the map, Mech asked in surprise if this was really human territory at the moment. The bear asked when she became so huge. Therefore, the guildmaster wants them to follow their instructions a little more. Mech remembered her sister's words that they needed to prepare for a full-scale war soon. She was thinking that it didn't seem like she would have time to find a way to rebuild her body. She replied that she believed, given the current situation, that they had no other choice. She asked Tetsuya if everything was okay, and the guy agreed. He was thinking that if he could find out their location through the guild, then it would be more convenient for him to achieve his goal. They were thanked for their understanding, and told to rest before the next task. The guildmaster watched the guys leave. The boss called out to Mech and asked if he could take a minute of her time. He had something to tell her. The girl asked incredulously if she was sure. A little later, when night fell, Mech was walking through the streets and went into the house, saying she was back. She cried out in surprise when she noticed Tetsuya and Lineia in a strange position. The girl's hands rested on the hero's face while they were close to each other. When Lineia got close enough to the sitting guy's face, Miku screamed, asking what they were doing. Lineia started sniffing his face, grunting. She said she didn't feel anything. The guy looked scared when he tried to explain that she was just sniffing his right eye. Meku clutched her head and screamed that Tetsuya had a fetish, so that girls could smell his right eye. The guy screamed, asking what kind of fetish. He asked the girl to calm down. A little later, it was finally explained to her that he felt that something was wrong with his right eye when the curse was activated, and therefore he hid it under a bandage. The guy apologized. He should have told her. Miku understood why he was wearing a blindfold lately. She asked if his curse could be lifted. Lineia took his hand and was horrified, saying that his right hand still stinks, so the curse has not been lifted. The guy turned to the side. He told Mech not to make such a worried face because everything is fine. The girl decided to ask anyway if this means that this is not a fetish. The guy wondered to himself if she was really worried about this. The bear thought about it and said that, damn it, this is the problem that they have to solve. She is glad that things are not so serious at the moment. She added that now that he had gained the power of a hero, he would no longer be able to rely on his curse. After all, that skill was powerful. The hero replied that, well, maybe if he mastered it. He said that this skill absorbs health very quickly. He opened his status window. He said that the hero could use the legendary mode for a long time, while he, with his current health, could only use it for a moment. Mika realized that he needed the same stats as the hero, a skill that only heroes can use. Miku noticed that his stats had increased dramatically, but she said they were still far from hero level. The hero thought that he could not release all the power that he absorbed, but if he uses the power of the abyss, he remembered the creature's words that he should kill anyone who saw its power. Remembering, Tetsuya asked the elf what she had talked about with the guildmaster. The girl replied that it was a meeting and their next mission was to go to the shipyard. The guy asked her again, and she replied again that it seemed there was a man who was called a saint. The girl explained to the guys that in a neutral territory, the city of Verfor is the closest to human lands. She explained that it was founded by a small number of people and turned to the guy asking if he was listening. The guy stared ahead in shock, mentally thinking about what kind of horses they were. He turned to the girl and apologized, asking her to continue. She went on to say that the city of Verfor, where they are now heading, is the only city in a neutral territory that was created by an association of people. These are dangerous lands where violent monsters are often declared. Until recently, the city was empty. Meki remembered that the huge black bull they had defeated in the past also came from those lands. Lineia added that this is the monster that got them into debt. The girl continued to tell, saying that one day a human girl appeared, and she began to exterminate monsters in order to protect the city and the people in it. She said that thanks to that girl, it was safe in Wyfor. Then they began to trade with other cities there and began to flourish, and due to some factors, the city developed very quickly. Miku asked about some facts. That girl was called a saint, and she became popular. The details are unknown to the girl, but the saint has a charm that attracts people. Many races migrated there for her sake. She told them that they needed to gather information about the people in the city first. They need to collect as much data about people as possible, no matter how trivial they are. Secondly, the whole company needs to talk to the saint. She must be very strong as she can destroy monsters alone. The girl noticed that it would be bad as she joined the invasion of people. She said they needed to convince her somehow. It would be even better if she was interested in joining the guild. The bull shouted loudly that in other words they needed to find out everything about her. He said to leave it to him. The girl, who was plastered on both sides by others, protested, saying that this was her job. She asked the boss if he could handle it. The bull said to rely on him. Meku noticed that he looked pretty confident. She asked if he might know something about the saint. The bull turned his head away and stammered, trying to deny it. She hesitated and, looking at him, asked why it looked like he was avoiding the question. Their carriage finally arrived, and one of the horses thanked them for using their services. They arrived at the shipyard. The girl said goodbye to the horses that were leaving. Meku, sitting on Lineia's head, said she would never have thought that until recently this place was empty, and now she's told them to get on with their assignment. She chuckled thoughtfully when she saw that the boss was talking to someone. She called out to him. She went up to him and asked him what he was doing. He replied that he was collecting information. He approached the guys and said that apparently the saint had gone to kill monsters and was out of town now. Miku thought about it, so they won't see her today. The boss replied that this was not the case. If you just need to see her, they will be able to. He was told that there would be a concert in front of the cathedral today. The girls looked at him suspiciously and asked him about the concert. Lineia said he seemed to know a lot. The bull turned away, justifying himself by saying that everyone knows this. He replied that if you walk around the city, you can see a lot of flyers about the concert. The girls looked at a leaflet where it was written about a special concert of the saint that took place after sunset in front of the cathedral. Miku said that they really are pasted everywhere. The bull suggested splitting up in this case. He quickly ran away, and Miku asked him to stop. The boss said goodbye and said that they would meet somewhere later. Annoyed, Miku asked where. The girl behind her was carefully looking at the map of the city. She said that she would also act on her own, and judging by the boss's reaction, they would meet with him at the concert. She said to get information about Tetsuya people as their relative. She would leave it to him. The guidebook tells her that people live in the area near the cathedral. The girl waved her hand, saying that she was counting on him. Miku believes that they are the only ones who take the mission seriously. The guy looked around thinking about this atmosphere. There seemed to be nothing strange. They walked around the city looking at the locals. The guy approached the man and apologized with a smile. He said that he'd heard that he might meet his relative here. The people around him were wary. Tetsuya said that if they didn't mind, they could have a little talk. The man replied that he did not mind, but first he would apply a level surge on him. He screamed when he found out that the hero's level limit was 1. The man apologized for being intimidated. They did not expect that a person in such equipment had a level limit lower than theirs. But if that's the case, then he should know why they're worried about their tribesmen. Children ran up to Lineia, and she showed them the mecha so that the children could play. The man at that time said that all the people in this city have a low level. Because of this, other people treat them like trash. Those people who live in this place had no choice but to leave their homeland to lead a normal life. Meku asked if it was really humanly possible for the king to turn a blind eye to such cruel treatment. The man replied that in fact it was the king who started the persecution of low-level people. Low-level people have nowhere to live. Meku asked in surprise if the human king was crazy, because people are the treasure of the country. It is unforgivable to oppress people because of their level. She said that is not the way to deal with your people, who have almost disappeared. The man said that now the territory of humans is expanding. But he feels sorry for the low-level other races whose houses have been taken over by humans. He asked the hero that it must have been hard for him too. He added that this place is under the protection of a saint, and it is possible to live here peacefully. He said that if there are problems, he can consult with them. They will help in any way they can. The guy thanked them. The man handed him a bag, saying that he had just picked fruits and asked him to take them. Others also carried boxes, saying that these were also delicious and only from the tree. The saint's concert is about to begin. A huge cathedral and a crowd of people looking at the stage where the saint will come out. The girl from the guild couldn't see anything because of her height. They said from the side that there were a lot of people, and she turned around. She waved to the guys and told them about the good job and asked how they were doing. Miku looked beaten up. Miku said that a lot of people were beaten up. She was all battered up. The girl asked, including herself, what? They said that all the people in this city are low level and gathered because of the persecution. If the saint actually protects them, then it is unlikely that she supports people. The dwarf understood and asked the hero what kind of fruit was in his hands. He said that they gave them to him when they saw his level. The girl smiled, saying how kind people are and how sweet it is. The guy confirmed that there are many kind people here, and he feels safe. Meku asked where the boss was. The dwarf noticed that there are a lot of people in this place, so it will be difficult to find him. People suddenly started screaming, scaring the guys. They asked why they started screaming so abruptly. They turned to the side where their boss was standing with a bandage on his head, and shouted that the saint was coming. Meku screamed that there he was. She found the boss. The bull gasped when he saw his subordinates. They asked him what he was wearing. He shouted that it was not important and told them to look at the stage. Someone came on stage thanking everyone for waiting. The hero was very surprised, mentally asking himself what was going on. The girl on the stage asked everyone to have fun to the end. He remembered this girl. She was called into this world with him. He remembers her standing next to Kaido and the others. Music started playing on the stage, and the girl called Saint started singing. She sang about whether he would take her hand and take her to this new world. She asked me to keep holding her hand. The lizard that stood next to Tetsuya screeched loudly, calling for the saint. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that it didn't look like a concert anymore. It looks like a real idol. The girl on stage spread her arms out to the sides, while the audience shouted their ovations for her. The hero thought that in any case, he was glad that she was safe. The girl looked happy on stage. Tetsuya was called from below in embarrassment, and he looked there. The girl was holding onto his pants, pulling her head to the side and saying that she was a dwarf, so maybe she looked like that, but she was 50 years older than him. Her face turned red, and she covered it with her palm and said that she couldn't see anything, so could she sit on his shoulders? The guy was silent, looking at her. He still put her on his shoulders, and the embarrassed girl laughed, saying that it was embarrassing. Next to me, Meiku looked worried. She was surprised to finally see the saint. She said it was incredible. She had never been to a concert. Meiku looked at her sideways. Miku turned the other way, covering her mouth with her paw. There was an admiring crowd cheering the saint. She opened her mouth wide, watching. She mentally thought that this was exactly what she needed. She remembered the conversation with the master. She then came to him and asked what he wanted to talk about. She told him that if it was about the mission, he better talk to Tetsuya. The master replied that this was not the case. He had something to say to her, the previous queen of the Elven tribe, Meku Samafas. He knows who she is.